anybody else? That would be the 5 of us. And then obviously
I can't hear very well. I don't know why that is.
All right, okay. Can I, if I
I've
speak,
tried my settings. Can you hear me? I
can hear you very clearly, yes. Can you hear me now?
It's very faint. I don't know quite what to do. I've got my volume on.
We're just going to.
High.
Anna's just going to try and assist on that.
Have you got your setting correct on your PC? I don't mean to be.
Hello, Jack.
Because I had difficulties yesterday, and it was because I had managed to knock my settings at some point before we started.
Maybe you need to turn up on the laptop or the computer itself the volume, not just use the Zoom volume control.
Yeah. I wonder whether to start with a little bit of housekeeping, because that may, Miss Symes, it may not be a matter for her anyway. So I wonder whether shall we try and continue on with that. So just in terms of my housekeeping matters, it's just really about to be up to date with what's happening with the planning obligation section 106 outstanding matters, and also to check that I've got the most up-to-date documents as well in advance for those sessions. So I think just taking the planning obligation first, the latest version that I've been able to find is the version which was sent to me on the 22nd of September. So that would have been the one, and it's the one that had the yellow highlight, and there was an email accompanying it saying that draw my attention to the yellow highlight being the areas that were still being discussed. So that's the latest version that I have.
So Madam, this morning, the latest version has been sent to PINS and copied into the council, and it is, as I understand it now, all agreed but for the bus contribution. So that should be making its way to you now, and we've given the Section 106 agreement itself an ID number, ID 8. And coming with that document is a summary of the Section 106 agreement, which you will see when you get it, or is said to be updated as at the 29th of September. So yesterday, we've given that document an ID 9 number, and that really just summarizes in a useful way the contents of the Section 106 agreement. So those should be coming to you.
Okay, that's lovely, thank you. And I'll just to double check, so we've still got an outstanding sort of disputed matter in relation to the bus contribution. This is really probably something for the council. Will somebody from the county council, an appropriate person, be present at the session this afternoon?
Yes, madam, that's right.
That's definitely, they'll definitely be there to help in the discussion with that. Okay.
That's correct, madam. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's fine. And then in relation to the condition schedule, I know that there was an updated schedule that's come through to me this morning. I think that was sent to the headquarters this morning. It's that I have got that. I I haven't read it because it's literally just come through to me, and I've been working on an earlier version, which was the version that was the previous version that was submitted, that's got that was in response to my initial comments. So what I'd like to do, obviously, is there much change between the two documents? Because my preparation for that session is based upon the earlier document.
I don't understand that there is much change. No.
Right, okay. So what I propose that I'll be doing is I'll be working principally off my preparation that I've done for the earlier version, and you'll just have to draw my attention to any changes along the way, because I don't want it, because otherwise we'd have to postpone that session, and I don't want to do it because I'll not have time to read through it all and sort of transfer my thoughts over. If what people are saying is that there isn't much change, and it's maybe just a little bit of polishing that we should be able to manage with the if I've got the new document open when we're having the discussion, and I've also got the document that I've been working off. If that makes sense.
Yes. So, Madam, you may recall actually we had a discussion yesterday about the conditions, and we I think both the council and ourselves indicated that the latest draft was circulated yesterday. It was sent to PINS yesterday. It's perhaps only got to you today. It was sent to PINS yesterday. So that is that should be dated the 29th of September.
Well, I'm going to just have a look at my email, because the email that I got, I'm just going to double check. Because it was my understanding yesterday when I was doing my preparation that was the final version. That was why I was surprised this morning to have yet another one. So I'm just going to double check.
Madam, that's not been sent by us today. The document was sent yesterday. We had a discussion about this yesterday. I think when you asked the question, the council said there was a latest version that had been sent to PINS. So it wasn't sent by us today. It's been received by you from PINS today.
Right, I know what's happened, and I can see what's happened now. We've just so I'm clear and that everybody else is clear. Yes, you are correct. The version came through yesterday. I had that version, and that is the version that I did my preparation on yesterday. Now, what's confused me is just before we've opened, I've seen an email from Will Charlton in relation to the schedule.
Yeah, Madam, that's right.
And there's an attachment, but the attachment is actually an updated version of the document list, I think. And he's telling us that he's uploaded to the Dropbox. So I've misconstrued what was happening there and thought there was yet another version. So
I think that's right, Madam. It's the same document, but just been updated to the library.
Right, that's where I've got myself a little bit confused. So that's absolutely fine. This is why I ask these questions, so that I'm absolutely crystal clear. So thank you for that.
So we're working from the same document, Madam, and that we.
Oh, you've gone on to mute.
ID 7.
Sorry,
Mr. Sorry, Madam, it froze for a second.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I missed that. If you could say that again.
Yeah, so the draft schedule of conditions that you're working off, and which we just discussed, which was sent through yesterday, has been given the ID number 7, ID 7. So the three documents that have got ID numbers today are the draft schedule of conditions, ID 7, the section 106 that came through today, which is ID 8, and the summary of the section 106 agreement, which is ID 9.
Yes, and it's the two latter documents that I don't have yet, but I imagine that they will come. What time were they sent through?
About 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Pins
So
and to the council.
right, I've got time to chase that in the break if I need to. Thank you very much. So I think that clarifies everything. I know where we are with the conditions and the planning obligation now. Thank you very much. The other thing is I just want to ask is just thinking ahead to that session. Is there any preference as to whether we deal with the planning obligations first or the conditions first? I'm just thinking about availability of maybe the county council colleagues, or whether they would prefer that we deal with the obligation first and then move on to the conditions. There's any preference?
Not from the appellant.
No preference either. But as you say, we do have the county council person here, so perhaps obligations.
Yeah. We'll do that then. We'll do it in that way. And just so you know how I'll hold that session, really, obviously I'll be leading it, but I'll expect contributions from all of the relevant people at the relevant times, and I'll really propose to go through the obligation and the conditions by exception. So that's really where I've got a query or where there is still a dispute, rather than going through everything line by line. I just prefer to do it in that way, and I'm sure you will all thank me for that as well. So thank you. Right, okay, that was all. Is there anything that anybody needs to draw to my attention before we start again? Yes. The next evidence session?
Yes, please, madam. One is, I think you may find that the email that has been received from Will Charlton this morning has the Section 106 agreement attached to it, possibly, with the summary.
I've only got one attachment, which is the document list. So the core document list updated. Right,
then there's a further email that's obviously coming to you.
Right, okay, then.
From Pins.
That's fine. Okay,
yeah, and then the other matter is I just need to raise, madam, is this, that in the core documents, CD 9.8, which is split into, I think, 5 individual documents. So it's CD 9.8, and then it's 46B1. These are the representations from third parties to the planning application.
Yeah.
And that document I've referred to, 46B1, is the letter from Mr. Grills, dated the 25th of January 2021.
Yeah.
And the pages, my pages at least, aren't numbered, but if you turn on to what is headed Section 3, failure to justify development of land north of Kennel Lane.
I'm just going to open that up, if you just bear with me.
Of course.
Section 3, you say?
Section 3, failure to justify development of land north of Kennel Lane.
Oh.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages into that document.
I think I've got the, sorry. Did you say, you said 46B?
46B1, you'll see.
Yes.
I've
got the wrong one. Huh? Oh, yeah.
The letter dated the 25th of January from ATA.
my filing system, the way that it stores my documents, doesn't necessarily go in numerical order, the way that our system works. Right. Sorry. So you said section 3.
Section 3 on the 5th page, failure to justify development plan.
Yeah.
And then if you turn over that page, madam, you'll see there's a quotation.
Yes.
And then immediately under the quotation, the paragraph begins, para 5.23 of the applicant's planning supporting statement.
Yes.
And then if you see 4 lines down, a sentence begins,
yeah.
Combined green belt analysis and landscape and visual impact assessment by LBIA, site 18, December 2018.
Yeah.
And then that is summarized for the rest of the page and half of the following page.
Yeah.
Now, that document is one which the appellants have been asking for many months, including, I think, 2 requests of Mr. Grill's, which were never responded to.
Yeah.
Yesterday afternoon, after the inquiry adjourned, it was provided to us via the council.
Right.
It's an 80-page document.
Yeah.
And it's clear from that document that it was put in as part of representations from Mr. and Mrs. Mead,
yeah,
to the local plan examination.
Right, okay.
But wasn't, as far as we're aware, attached to the representations that they put into the planning application. It was the local plan examination.
Okay.
Now, we have been provided with it. We've had an opportunity to look at it in a very cursory way, but obviously because it was only provided yesterday, it's not a document that we have addressed in our evidence.
Yeah.
In any event, it was put into, not as we understand it, into as part of the attachments to this planning application and appeal, but to the local plan examination. However, it seems appropriate and right that at least draw that your attention to that.
Yeah.
Now, we can do, I suspect, one of 2 things. One, you could say, well, this has not been put in as part of the representations. The document itself hasn't been put in as part of the representations on the appeal and the planning application, but was submitted for the local plan purposes. And on that basis, and has been only been provided just now, and therefore you're not going to accept it as part of the evidence to this inquiry. Alternatively, if you think it is appropriate to admit it in at this late stage as a document, then we will need an opportunity to respond to that. And I'm not going to ask Mrs. Sims to try and do that in her oral evidence this morning. We would put in a written response.
Okay.
Now, it's not a document that the council has relied on. It was ultimately provided via the council late yesterday afternoon.
So it's the council that's provided it, not...
We have been asking the council and the Meads now for months.
Yes.
There's been several requests. It was only provided via the council yesterday afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to just ask the council as to why this is before I decide. It is something that I had on my list of questions to ask, because I do have some thought. I do actually have my own thoughts on this anyway. But thank you for raising it. And I'll just ask Mr. Atkinson because effectively it constitutes late evidence if what Mr. Litton's understanding of the situation is indeed that.
Madam, yes, I think I understand how this has has come to light. It's certainly not late evidence of the council. It's not something either which the council has relied on or indeed referred to, as Mr. Lytton says. It was, you've heard how it came to light, and it's news to us to some extent, as it's emerged at this point.
But why has what Mr. Lytton has said is that the council has provided it to the appellant. So if the council has provided it to the appellant now, why has that happened?
It was not. It couldn't be found. I understand, and until yesterday, it seems.
So could someone confirm whether or not that particular document was submitted as a duly made representation to the planning application and the appeal? Because it's certainly not, for all it's referenced in that interested party's representations, it hadn't made its way to me. So it obviously hadn't been made to me. So I can only presume that unless it was, I can only take it from what I know that it hadn't been a representation. It hadn't formed part of the representations in the first instance, unless it's been an administrative error and it wasn't submitted to the planning inspectorate when it should have been by the council. So
we don't know what the answer to that question. So it's simply not clear to us, the appellants, whether it ever formed part and parcel of the representations to the application and therefore the appeal, or whether it was simply referenced in the representations but never physically provided.
Thank you, Madam. I understand. I'm obviously having to take instructions quickly. As I understand, what happened was the letter with the report was made in response to the application. There were two documents, both called Appendix A, but in fact they were separate documents. What was forwarded before yesterday was the first Appendix A and not the second. The council erroneously believing it was the same document. So that's how it came not to be forwarded until yesterday.
So, sorry, can you just, so I'm absolutely crystal clear, did that document, the LVIA study, December 18, did the interested party submit that in response to the planning application and or the appeal?
Just the application, Madam.
The planning application.
That's right.
And for some administrative reason, that document hasn't been submitted to the appeal
until yesterday.
As part of that interested party's representations.
I think that's right, Madam, yes.
Because I need to know for definite whether that is, because I think that has quite a huge bearing on how I decide to deal with this. Because if it's an issue, if it's something, if it formed part of a duly made representation to the planning application or the appeal, regardless of whether or not I have it before me, I should have it before me.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean,
If
the answer.
if it's something that wasn't submitted and it was submitted in relation to the local plan only, then there would be some fault at the interested parties on the interested parties
Yeah, I understood.
side, because it wouldn't have been made in the representation wouldn't have been made in the manner that it should have been, and it would have been their responsibility. But it really is it's if it's been submitted as part of the planning, the response to the planning application, then it's the council's responsibility to have made sure that I have it in front of me and that the appellant has also had it and had an opportunity to. So it's quite a fundamental point. So I can't have with due respect, I need to have a definite as to what has happened rather than it maybe. Because it has it's a huge bearing on how I will deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I have, as I've told you, Madam, that's what happened. It was submitted as part of the application. There was confusion because two parts of the report, I understand, both had the same title. So the material part, or the part which came to light yesterday, wasn't sent to you when it should have been. I think that's where we are. I think I understand the difficulty this puts you and the appellants, and it may be that in light of that, the best way to deal with it is, as Mr. Lytton suggests, for Ms. Symes to respond to it in writing in due course. Obviously, I won't be putting anything from it to her, not least because I haven't seen the report myself.
And the difficulty is I haven't seen it either, so it makes things difficult for me. So I want to deal with this in a very fair way. It needs to be. It's happened. Thankfully, it's been identified, and there is a way of there will be a way of addressing it. So that's the first thing. It's the best. It's what is the best way to address it. Do we know? Did you say it's an 80-page report, didn't you, Mr. Lytton?
Sorry,
Mr. Lytton.
I'm sorry. I've missed about 20 seconds of that because. Sorry,
it's an 80-page report? You say.
Yes, I mean I've seen it. It is 74, 75 pages long. I know Ms. Symes has had a very brief opportunity last night to look at it, but it would not be fair for her to try and address that document in her oral evidence. So my way forward is, as I originally suggested, that if this needs to be responded to, it sounds like it does, because it's part of Mr. and Mrs. Meads's objection to the planning application. Then we will have to respond to this in writing. I think, as the council says, I mean, they have put no reliance on this document, so it wouldn't be appropriate for them to ask questions of Ms. Symes based on this document. And this is a response to Mr. and Mrs. Meads, or it's a further response to Mr. and Mrs. Meads, because of course we've already addressed Mr. and Mrs. Meads' objections anyway, to the extent that we need to.
Okay. Well, from what you've both said, it's definitely evidence that should have been submitted to this inquiry to make that interested parties representation full and complete. Obviously, the representation makes reference to the that document, and I have read that, and as I say, not to query whether or not that evidence had been submitted to the appeal. So what I propose is it needs to be put in front of the appeal, and the appellant does need to have an opportunity to be able to address it, and I need to be able to have the opportunity to obviously consider it as part of my deliberations over the interested parties' representations. So in terms of timescales for doing that, we were looking to close on Wednesday. Now, obviously, until this matter is resolved, I wouldn't be proposing to close until we've actually addressed this matter. I'm wondering, there is time between now and then to do that. Obviously, without seeing the report in full, I don't know how long the appellant would need to be able to do that. So I'd sort of look.
I'll take instructions. I'll take instructions in relation to that. I will take instructions in relation to that. I don't know what position Ms. Symes is in to be able to respond to this. I mean, it'd be my aspiration that we can do this before we close on Wednesday, but I don't want to bounce her into working
exactly. Yeah.
So can I suggest we park it? We've identified the issue. We think we've got a proposed solution. All we're looking now is the timetable for that. Let's get on with Ms. Symes' evidence. Once she's given that evidence, I will take instructions as to how quickly she can reasonably produce a written response to this, and then I'll let you know.
Okay, so in the meantime, could the council please submit that to the, and obviously Mr. Litton, his team have already got a copy, but it needs to be added into the library, and also I need to have a copy as soon as possible.
I understand it has been sent already to Pin, so you should be receiving it shortly.
Okay.
Madam, do you want to give it an ID number, or would you treat that simply as part of the original representation and therefore go in sort of retrospectively as a core document?
I think we'll deal with it as an inquiry document, purely for the purposes that if there is anybody who wishes to read it, and who's keeping abreast of the new information that's coming through, it's easier for them to identify it rather than it being sort of slipped back in. So we'll deal with it as an inquiry document, please.
I think that's right, and on that basis, I think it'll be ID 10.
And I would also point out that obviously it's an error. It sounds as if it's an error, potentially an error on the council's part. And obviously, in terms of just be mindful of that type of issue can result in cost applications, and it's I would just impress that really. When any council is submitting the appeal documentation, that it is checked and double checked, so that these types of things don't happen. So, but thank you for the discussion that we've had, and hopefully that will resolve it for all parties. So we'll move on now. Thank you. So if I could just invite Miss Symes and Mr. Litton, please, and this is for Miss Symes as evidence in chief, and then Mr. Atkinson will be cross-examining Miss Symes.
Thank you, Madam. And the way I propose to deal with Miss Symes' evidence is I will introduce her as I did Mr. Howard yesterday. I'm not, unless you would wish me to, I'm not going to invite Miss Symes then to read her summary proof of evidence or chunks of her proof of evidence, because those are documents that have been available to everybody now for over a month. I'm going to ask her to take you through some of the visual montages and the viewpoints, and then there's one other matter I just want to pick up with her. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Great. All right. So by reference to Ms. Symes's main proof of evidence on page 2, your name is Liz Symes. You have your qualifications include a BA Honours degree in postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture and a postgraduate diploma in urban design. You're a member of the Landscape Institute and Chartered Landscape and a Chartered Landscape Architect. You tell us you've got over 20 years post-qualification experience in landscape planning and design, prepared landscape and visual impact assessments either as standalone documents or coordinated as part of environmental statements, and both the outline and detailed design of a range of residential, commercial, mineral and waste development projects throughout the UK. Act as an expert witness on landscape and visual matters. You have prepared the landscape and visual impact assessment submitted with outline planning application, and you're familiar with the appeal site, having prepared the initial landscape and visual representations as part of the local plan submissions, and you've recently revisited the appeal site and its surroundings and have examined the relevant plans and documents for this appeal. So with that introduction, Ms. Symes, I'm going to please ask you to take up your appendices to the main proof of evidence, and in, I think it's Appendix B.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
At page 26, you have a plan which shows all the various viewpoints, which are then reflected in the photographs that follow. Yeah. And I don't want you to go through all of those, because I want you to focus on the council's primary concern in relation to views into the site from the surrounding area, which, as we established yesterday in the evidence, relate to views from Kennel Lane.
Yes.
So it's those viewpoints running between 6, 10, 11, 12, and I suppose possibly 20. So could you just, by reference to those viewpoints, just explain, by reference to those photographs, what can be seen currently?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. I'm pleased that I can hear you all now, so thank you for bearing with me on that one. So we'll start numerically at viewpoint 6, if I may, please. And that is actually on page 32, which is taken from the edge of Hunters Avenue, junction with Kennel Lane. Over there, Mark. Which is effectively we looked at when we were on site visit as well, which demonstrates where you first get the opportunity of looking into the site where the footpath is, which is pretty well contained by the existing vegetation that is comprising predominantly of brambles at that point. But the site is seen in the context of the neighbouring residential development at that point along Kennel Lane, and further back along Kennel Lane, essentially you do have that residential edge leading up towards the site. We also talked about the vegetation there that would need to be removed to facilitate the proposed cycle footpath enhancement.
All right, and then viewpoint 10, I think, is the next one.
It is, yes. Viewpoint 10, which is on page 36. So this is a viewpoint from the lowest part of Kennel Lane, or one of the lower parts of Kennel Lane, at the bottom of the valley. And you're looking up towards the site, across an embankment which actually has some deciduous vegetation on it. But what you do discern is some of the rooftops of the dwellings, which I believe are the ones on Windmill Heights, rather than Langham Crescent, because they're set further to the east. And as part of the scheme proposals, we would look to enhance that vegetative edge with a new woodland belt. But it's a glimpse of the built form that you get along Kennel Lane that's discerned. So you're not free from development at that point.
All right, thank you. And then viewpoint 11, which is on pages 37 and 38.
Yes, this is a panorama. It's the first opportunity, or depending which way you're heading along Kennel Lane, to appreciate the openness of the site along Kennel Lane in terms of the lack of vegetation that's currently present, in terms of hedgerows and tree planting. But the key point there is that you do appreciate the dwellings at Bell Hill Close and Windmill Heights in the context of the field.
And that's apparent, I think, on page 38. It's the second parcel.
Yes, thank you.
And what would be the proposal, Ms. Symes, along that if planning permission were granted?
We would, as part of the parameter plans, we've allowed a generous green infrastructure margin there, which on the illustrative master plan we've shown to comprise of a woodland belt planting. I know yesterday we talked about, Mr. Humphreys yesterday said he thought it was more like a tree belt, but actually, in my opinion, on the basis that we're proposing understory planting there, so you get the layers of vegetation to give the type of screening and that visual containment and landscape interface between the settlement edge and the surrounding countryside. My view is that a woodland belt is the correct terminology because it's more comprising of a 10 to 20 metre edge along that area.
And what would be the effect of that woodland belt over time in terms of one's ability to see built form?
Well, it would certainly diminish over time, and whilst the VVMs show the range of planting from year 1 up to year 15, actually by year 7 there would certainly be screening of about half of the height of the proposed development, because the vegetation will have grown to approximately 6 metres at that point, with the dwellings being a maximum of 11.5.
Thank you. And then the next viewpoint, which I think is 12, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Again, it's spread over 2 sheets, pages 39 and 40.
Indeed. You're there. No. Again, that's a very similar view, but focusing much more as a gap between the available vegetation on the curve of Kennel Lane. Again, you appreciate the dwellings at Bell Hill Close and Windmill Heights. And it's really the colour of the building on Windmill Heights that makes that settlement edge prominent in views from the local landscape.
Good. And then I think the last one,
See,
the 20.
which is page 50. Again, it's
Again, over two
Panorama.
sheets, I think 49 and 50.
49 and 50, yes, thank you.
And currently not possible to see into the appeal site. This is at the access point of the roundabout. What would happen both at a preliminary construction stage and then post-construction?
Effectively, some of this vegetation would be removed to facilitate. Sorry, Mum, are you there with that image?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I have got it. Yes.
And we did discuss this on site, that some of that vegetation would be removed to facilitate the highways reconfiguration for Kennel Lane and to allow the access into site. But again, the parameter plans, the green infrastructure parameter plans and the illustrated master plan show the replacement planting of a good wide woodland belt, essentially, to go back into that place to effectively restore the green edge along Kennel Lane and to maintain the character of the street scene along there.
Good. Now, then, what I'd like you to do, please, is turn to the montages.
Yes.
And again, we're particularly concerned with BVM2 because that's taken from Viewpoint 11, which I think is agreed with the council is the best representative viewpoint from Kennel Lane.
It is, yes. And we're looking at Appendix C, Mom. Unfortunately, we haven't got page numbers in this appendix. But it's figure. Myself.
3.6.
3.6, yes, thank you.
BVM2 baseline view, August 2022.
Indeed.
Sorry, could you just repeat the reference?
It's figure 3.6, which is BVM2, which is taken from Viewpoint 11 on Kennel Lane.
Yeah.
Which actually shows a wider panorama than we've included in the baseline visual assessment. And we've taken a selection of that view, mostly to fit it onto an A1 page so that when you're holding it up on site, it reflects what you see.
Okay, so that first one, figure 3.6, is the existing view. And then if we turn over the page to figure 3.7, that is a year one view.
It is, yes.
And just perhaps talk us through that.
It demonstrates essentially the implementation of the woodland belt planting that I spoke about earlier, with the proposed dwellings partially being screened at year one. And then at year 7, if you can envisage that planting, the understory planting, and the knitting together of the proposed trees would come part way up the dwellings.
Right. And then the next figure, 3.8, this is a year 15 view.
Yes.
Let's just talk us through that.
So come year 15, the proposed development will be predominantly screened and the character of Kennel Lane would be knitted together with the woodland belt planting. So the character of the lane would be restored, similar to other parts of Kennel Lane to the east and the west. You do still occasionally get glimpses of built form filtered between the trees. Obviously this is a summer view.
All right, but with the depth of planting, I think you referred to there being a 20-metre woodland belt, even in winter.
Yes.
What would be the ability to see built form through that 20-metre deep woodland belt.
It's often surprising that actually, even in the winter months, you do manage to views of built form still are obscured, but I should imagine at this particular stage that your views would be filtered through the winter foliage or lack of winter foliage, the winter stems, to the built form, the new built form.
Good. Is there anything else you want to say in relation to the viewpoints, photographs, and all the photo montages?
Only in terms of the principles of the landscape structure planting that we proposed addresses landscape character guideline recommendations. So that has been a key consideration in the formulation of the landscape structure planting. All right.
Good. Then the other matter I just wanted you to address is, and I'm afraid we have to jump back to Mr. and Mrs. Meads's representations, not the most recent document, but one of the documents that was provided both to the inspectorate and included in the core documents was an alternative sites LVIA and green belt analysis. And that was also given the reference Appendix A, and in terms of core document numbers, it's CD 9.8, and then it's document 46C. There is a 46D as well, but it's exactly the same document as I think C.
Yes, it is. Yes, that's what was the confusion. Yes.
Now, so that is a document that was submitted. I don't think we responded to this in writing in our responses into the inquiry. I should just explain, madam, that in part is for this reason. It purports to be an alternative sites LVIA, but this is not, and it's no one has said that this is an alternatives case. So we weren't going to waste our time looking at alternative sites. So that's the reason why we haven't addressed it. But is there anything you want to say in relation to those alternative sites, which are not, I think, ones that were ever allocated by the council for housing development, very briefly?
Actually, you covered the main points that I wanted to pick up there. And we don't know whether those sites are deliverable or available.
All right, good. Then if you don't have anything else to say on that, I am happy to see whether Mr. Atkinson has any questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linton.
Thank you, madam.
Mr. Atkinson, I'll let you continue.
Lovely, thank you.
Do you, are there any particular documents that you want to draw our attention that we'll be referring to?
Yes, that would be useful, madam. Certainly the 2017 Greenbelt Review and the 2018 topic paper. It would be useful to have those to hand. And obviously, of course, Ms. Symes' proof of evidence.
Can somebody just remind me of those references?
Sorry, yes.
I thought I knew them, and I'm in the wrong.
The topic paper is 613.
All right, okay. All right, yeah.
And the review is 6.9.
6.9, yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Symes. You can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. You're a little bit staccato. I don't know whether that's proximity to your microphone. But...
Okay, I'll bear that in mind, and you can see me okay if small in this large form. Well, I'd like to start with the first purpose of including land in the greenbelt, to check unrestricted sprawl of the large built-up areas.
Yes.
Yeah? And here you agree with what the 2018 topic paper had to say about that.
Yes.
And what the 2018 topic paper said about that, we've been there before. It's at page 56.
Yes.
It says, due to the level of containment of this site by the existing urban form and the highway network, development on this site would not logically open up other parts of the greenbelt development, either planned or unplanned. I mean, I'm in the table, you know, at the back of page 56.
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
Yeah. Consequently, it is not considered that this proposal would give rise to urban sprawl, nor would it constitute urban sprawl in itself, as it extends no further southward or westward than other parts of Billericay. So that's quite an equivocal no, really, isn't it, about purpose A in the 2018 document?
Yes.
Now, in your proof at its paragraph 2.03.
Bear with me, I'll just get to that point. Yes, I'm there now. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's the top of page 8, actually. It's quite a long paragraph, 2.83.
Okay.
Here you're talking about purpose A, and you say, as such, I conclude that the appeal site on its own does not significantly contribute to this purpose. So can I read from that word significantly that you do accept that the site on its own does contribute to some extent to the purpose A? It's not an unequivocal no, as the 2018 topic paper.
Because it's development on a greenfield, green belt site with residential development, my view is that whilst it's not sprawl because it's contained by the boundaries of Kennel Lane, which in my opinion is a defensible, robust boundary, that's where I get to the point of it does not significantly contribute.
So is it right to say it does, the site itself, it does contribute to some extent, but not significantly? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and if we could then turn, as we did yesterday, to the definition of unrestricted sprawl, which is in the 2017 paper. It's on page 26. Paragraph 5.56, three bullets.
Yes.
We'll come back to the first one, but dealing first with the second bullet, this defines large built-up areas, including obviously Billericay. So we are in this case dealing with a large built-up area, aren't we?
Yes.
And the third bullet makes a distinction between urban sprawl and general encroachment, and that in order to constitute urban sprawl, it must be linked to one of the 7 defined urban areas. And again, obviously, we're here in this case dealing with one of the 7 defined urban areas.
Yes.
So it is capable, development of this site is capable, according to those 2 bullets, of amounting to urban sprawl.
In relation to those terminologies, yes.
Yeah, and then obviously we need to look at them all. And the first bullet, we went through this with Mr. Humphreys yesterday. There are actually 2 attempted definitions within that paragraph. And the first part says, where there is development which has occurred outside of the settlement boundaries of existing areas into the greenbelt, such that there is a line of development stretching back into the settlement boundary of an existing settlement. That definition applies in this case, doesn't it?
Yes, although I don't quite understand about the line of development stretching back into the settlement boundary. I don't find that particularly clear criteria.
Could it be possibly something to do with ribbon development, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, but we certainly, in this case, the development has occurred outside of the settlement boundary, and we could draw a line, I suppose, around the line around the appeal site from the existing urban area back. In that sense, it applies, doesn't it?
Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes.
All right. So what I'd like to do then now is go through still in the 2017 paper, go through the Appendix D questions, which I know forms part of your Greenbelt assessment, but just go through each of those, dealing first with the purpose 1, and they're at page 71 of the 2017 review.
Oh, bear with me, I haven't got a hard copy of that particular document. I will just get the digital version open, if I may.
Of course.
Mr. Atkinson, just when Ms. Symes is finding that, I'm finding that your the audio for you it's a bit crackly. I don't know whether other people are finding.
Ms. Symes said staccato. Is that?
It's a bit hit and miss. Yes.
Yeah,
I've got my microphone on. Yeah, we're just trying a different microphone. It may be.
Yes, it's just it's just more noticeable now because you're speaking obviously a lot.
How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah.
That does sound better. Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
So, Ms. Symes, you've got Appendix D up, yeah?
I have, yes.
Excellent. All right. So this obviously the questions which the 2017 review relied on. And the first one is the parcel adjacent to a major urban area, a large town or service settlement as defined in the hierarchy? And we'd have to answer that yes, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Is there a robust permanent greenbelt development boundary? And I think a fair answer to that would be yes, certainly to the west with the A176, also to the north with the housing and Kennel Lane to the south and west.
Yes, although albeit poor and development backing onto the countryside.
Yeah. So that speaks, doesn't it, of development of the appeal site itself contributing to sprawl, but as you say and as is agreed, it's perceived locally and doesn't extend beyond the appeal site in the environ.
Yes.
And this is the point, isn't it? The containment point, which essentially the 2018 topic paper makes, isn't it? We went through it a moment ago, and the 2018 topic paper refers to the containment, and that's the basis essentially on which it says there wouldn't be urban sprawl.
Yes.
All right. Third question, does the parcel contain any development? What type of development could it be classed as sprawl? And the answer is no, there is no development at all. So it couldn't be classed as sprawl.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last comment.
The answer to this question 3, does the parcel contain any development? If so, what type? And could it be classed as sprawl? The answer is no, none. Couldn't therefore be classed as sprawl.
Yes, correct.
Fourth question, would development in this parcel lead to ribbon development? And we'd have to say no to that one, wouldn't we?
Yes. Yes, we would say no.
Fifth question, would development in the parcel result in isolated development not connected to existing boundaries? And we'd have to say no to that too.
Yes, we would say no.
Now, would development of the parcel effectively round off the settlement pattern? And we've spent some time on this already.
Yes.
Now, I say the answer to that question has to be no. It doesn't round off the settlement pattern.
No, it doesn't round off, but as Mr. Humphrey said yesterday, it's a varied settlement patternage, so it's consistent with that variety that currently exists.
In your rebuttal, you develop this point, don't you? If we could turn to your rebuttal, please. Sorry, that's another document. Sorry, I should have asked you to have to hand.
Okay, I have it.
It's the final paragraph of your 212. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I wonder if you meant to put another paragraph in with the sentence halfway down there, starting whilst the appeal site is situated. But anyway, it's all within paragraph 212. And the final sentence, you deal with the rounding off point. You say, furthermore, and should development of H17D occur, then this, together with development of the appeal site, would result in the rounding off of the southern settlement edge.
Yes, based on 17D, but as discussed yesterday, we don't have certainty of 17D coming forward, and there's no application in place. And so that statement was based on that allocation coming forward.
Yeah, so I think what we're saying then is, in order for this side of Billericay to be rounded off, it's reliant on, in your judgment, H17D from coming forward.
Yes, but as we discussed yesterday, this isn't a nucleated settlement. It has a varied edge. So I don't think the rounding off is necessarily appropriate to the character and framework of the existing settlement edges.
Okay, well, that's a different point. We'll come to that in a moment. But I think we're agreed then that
without 17D, and it's a point you've made, the answer to question 6 has to be no.
Correct.
In order for the answer to be yes, looking at the other way, this allocation, which we know has been withdrawn, would have to come forward.
Yes.
But what you're saying is, I think a different point, you're saying, but in any event, the southern side of Billericay isn't characterised by being rounded off currently. Is that right?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, question 7 then, back to our Appendix D. Do natural and physical features provide a good existing barrier between the existing urban area and undeveloped land? If development breached this barrier, would it contribute to sprawl? Now, the existing barriers, I think we've been through them. We've got the 176 to the west.
Yeah.
We've got Kennel Lane, and then the woodland beyond it to the east, and they sort of meet
Yes.
at the south. So they're certainly a natural, well, not a natural, or a physical barrier.
Yes.
And we've got the housing to the north as well, is the barrier along that boundary. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so the second part of the question asks, if development breached this barrier, would it contribute to sprawl? So certainly there's no suggestion that the barrier, which is either the 176 or Kennel Lane, is to be breached.
No, that's correct. And I think, yes.
But we could say that the barrier provided by the housing to the north, that is being breached, isn't it?
It is, yes.
All right. So in light of the answers to those questions, it is reasonable to say, isn't it, as Mr. Humphreys does, that there is a significant potential harm to this purpose?
No, for the points that we've talked about earlier, that it doesn't breach the boundaries.
Yeah.
The defensible boundaries.
Yeah, we've been through it, and we've dealt with each question, and there are answers to questions 1, 3, 6, and 7, which all are suggestive of sprawl, whilst some questions point the other way.
Yes.
And you've accepted there is a measure of impact on this purpose. If not significant, would you accept moderate or something less than significant?
Sorry, bear with me. I'm just rereading my table in my appendix.
Yeah.
Can you give me a moment?
I mean, your methodology includes the questions of Appendix D, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm just rereading that. Because the proposed development doesn't extend any further south or westwards than the existing settlement edges, in terms of sprawl, I think it has a limited significance. relative to Sprawl. So I would say on the minor side of Sprawl.
All right. But obviously within the appeal site itself, I think you'd accept, wouldn't you, that there's a significant contribution to Sprawl?
Yes, there's harm on the appeal site itself. Yes, I agree.
All right. Okay, then moving on to purpose B. And again, here you also agree with what is said in the 2018 topic paper. That's right, isn't it?
Bear with me. I just want to get that open again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. And what the topic paper says is that there is no merging because Noak Bridge and Basildon are further away, some distance away, and some parts of South Green and Great Burstead are closer to these settlements already. Yeah?
Yes.
I think at this point, if we just turn to Mr. Humphrey's proof, and he has a helpful plan just below his paragraph 4.7.
You bear with me whilst I get the digital version of that open. Did you say there's appendix?
No, sorry, in the proof itself, just below paragraph 4.7 on page 12.
Okay, I have that. No?
I mean, it's helpful just showing where all of these settlements are. And it's right to say that the 2018 topic paper doesn't refer to Noak Hill, does it, in its analysis of this purpose?
No, it doesn't.
And we established yesterday that for the purposes of the 2017 review, Noak Hill is treated as a large built-up area.
Yes.
And it's right to say that Noak Hill is closer to the appeal site than either Noak Bridge or Basildon.
Yes.
All right, so turning again then to the questions of Appendix D, in respect of purpose B, merging. The first one.
In my opinion, there'll still be a gap retained between the two. There'll still be the sense of leaving Durham, driving through countryside and arriving at Noak Hill. And actually, can I just take you to my Appendix C with the visualizations?
I haven't actually asked you a question yet, but go on.
I thought you were asking me the question about the first point.
Well, I was about to, yeah, but
Oh, right, okay. Well, shall I take
well,
you to...
let me just, I just wanted to read out the question. So
Okay.
if the parcel were to be released for development,
Yeah.
is there a risk that the major urban areas, which we now know includes Noak Hill, large built-up area, is there a risk that the major urban areas, large towns and or service settlements could physically merge? And before I ask you about that, this is essentially the point, isn't it, that the 2018 topic paper is relying on, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Now, isn't the answer to this question, yes, there is a risk of merging. We know that the purpose seeks to prevent merging, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
So if towns physically become contiguous, then sounds like a terrible euphemism, doesn't it? Then the purpose has been offended, hasn't it?
It has, but I don't think our appeal scheme does offend that, because we have robust boundaries along Kennel Lane, essentially, which which in the future would mark the edge of the settlement. There'll be a much stronger green edge to the settlement.
I understand. I understand that, but just indulge me for a moment with the philosophical. You've accepted that if the towns become contiguous, then the purpose has failed. It's right, isn't it, that that's unlikely ever to happen in one go, that a single development causes existing built-up areas to join.
But we are just talking about the appeal site. We're not talking about any other development beyond the appeal site, which would potentially, yes, lead to coalescence. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the appeal site, which has a defensible boundary in Kennel Lane that we're supplementing with new planting to maintain that separation. And you also have fields between and the appeal site. I was going to take you to the visualization that demonstrates essentially that there'll still be visual separation.
Okay, well, we can come to that in a moment, but it's right, isn't it, that towns tend to merge incrementally over time, a little bit at a time. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair, but that's not what we're looking at today. We're looking at the appeal site defined by Kennel Lane.
So the purpose may be offended incrementally also, may it not?
Yes, but any purpose could be offended incrementally on that basis.
Okay. Sorry, go on. You wanted to. I understand your point. You're saying, obviously, of course, it's well defined to the west and south. As I understand it, what you say, well, yes, you accept that merging may happen incrementally, but in this case, it's not going to go any further because of the strong boundaries to the south and the west. Is that the gist of it?
Well, particularly to the south, on the basis that's where the Noak Hill settlement is. But the western boundary is a strong boundary because of the existing infrastructure in the tree belt.
All right. Okay, and then the second question, as Appendix D, refers to the perception that these settlements would merge if development took place in the parcel. And I think a fair answer to this would be to say, within the parcel itself, yes. Outside of the parcel, no.
Within the parcel, the proposed development would merge with Billericay, yes. As you say, outside the parcel, there would be no perception of merging with Noak Hill.
Okay. And then the final question, there are only three under this purpose. Does the parcel in isolation or in combination with other parcels provide a fundamental strategic gap between these parcels? And I think the answer to that has to be yes, certainly. Well, both in isolation and in combination.
I don't think in isolation it does form a strategic gap. We talked about this yesterday with Mr. Humphreys, that there's no strategic gap policy. In my opinion, Kennel Lane, the landscape between Kennel Lane to the south, has a more significant role in that.
Okay, but in combination with other parcels, then presumably the answer is
yes.
Is yes, yeah. Okay, thank you. So overall, given the answers to these questions, it is fair to say, as Mr. Humphreys does, that there is harm, which he describes as moderate to this purpose. That's a reasonable conclusion, isn't it?
Well, I share the conclusion reached in the 2018 Greenbelt topic paper.
Well, I know you do, but having looked at the questions and been through them, it's reasonable to say, isn't it? It's reasonable to conclude, in fact, that there is some harm, not massive harm, but some harm, moderate, as Mr. Humphreys puts it.
I don't believe there's significant harm.
No, but not significant, but moderate.
I'm not saying it's not significant.
Not significant. But you accept there is some harm. You're just saying it's not significant. Yeah?
Yes.
All right. Safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. Now here you accept, of course, there is some harm to the encroachment.
Yes.
Yeah. And you say, and it's agreed that this is restricted to the appeal site only.
Yes. I believe that's common ground.
Yeah. And it's right that you treat encroachment and openness as essentially the same thing.
Yes.
All right, so back to our questions. Appendix D. Question 1, is there infrastructure or built development within the parcel that detracts from the openness of the countryside? Answer no, none.
Yes, agree with that.
Question 2, does the parcel provide access to the countryside? And the answer is yes, sort of, I suppose. The footpath 32 sort of cuts across. It doesn't lead to anything further south, but
No, I mean, it links to residential areas together, really. It's not linking with any footpath network immediately through the countryside or through undeveloped greenfield areas.
yeah. Third question, is there a perception that development in this parcel has or would result in encroachment of the countryside? And I think we'd have to say a clear yes to that one, wouldn't we?
Yes, I don't dispute that.
And it's, in fact, we know that in this case, the appeal site comprises the vast majority of the entirety of parcel 14B, doesn't it?
Yes.
Question 4, if the parcel was to be developed, is there a risk of the countryside being destroyed or lost? And again, I think we'd have to say yes, certainly within the appeal site.
Yes.
Which coincides with the parcel.
Yes.
Fifth question, are there physical features that form a clear boundary and ensures development is contained? And the answer has to be that, yes. We've been through them.
Yes.
Does the parcel include national or local designated areas? No.
No.
Does the parcel include developments or uses that are appropriate in and compatible with the Greenbelt? This is the question over the page, actually, if you're
just scrolling to that.
Yeah.
Glitch with my PDF. So you were going to lead me to.
It's the question 7. It's over the page in me.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Does parcel include development or uses that are appropriate in and compatible with the Greenbelt? The answer has to be yes.
Yes.
It's an agricultural field.
Yes.
All right. So now, overall, you've accepted that there is harm to this.
Yes.
You haven't put an attempt to quantify it. Mr. Humphreys says significant harm. In light of the answer to these questions, that's fair, isn't it?
Yes, because of the openness issue, developing a greenfield greenbelt site, apart from the area of open space that we're proposing to be included within the development, then yes, there will be harm to the openness.
You accept significant harm.
Yes.
All right, and then moving on to openness, as you say, very, very closely related to encroachment. And just to understand what you've done in your assessment of this, if we could turn to your proof, it's page 8 again, and under at paragraph C of 2.03.
Okay. Yes, I have that.
And then into 2.04. If I've understood it correctly, the final sentence of 2.03C, which reads, the nature and extent of this harm is dependent on size, location, topography, landscape, and visual prominence of the appeal site and the extent of the green belt that will remain.
Yes.
Yeah, just pause there. Those features, they're derived from the 2018 topic paper.
Yes.
At its paragraph 5.4 on page 34.
Yes.
That's correct, yeah?
Yes.
And then what you've also done, you then address each of these aspects.
Yes.
And you also, from your paragraph 2.11 onwards,
Yes.
you there address the aspects of openness which the NPPG points to.
Yes.
Good. I'm glad I followed your rationale.
Yeah.
All right. So dealing with some of these, size at your 2.05, we know the site is 8 hectares.
Yes.
And we know that it comprises the vast majority of parcel 14B, but for Langham's.
Yeah.
And we could consider this point together with the extent of the remaining green belt at 2.10. Is that a reasonable way to consider it?
Yes.
And in order to obviously assess the extent of the remainder of the green belt, it depends over what area you're looking.
Yes.
So at one end of the spectrum, in terms of this green belt parcel, 14B,
Yes.
the size of the appeal scheme means that entire parcel is affected. But if you assess the appeal site against the whole of Basildon, then obviously it would be a small.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then I think just whilst we're on openness, what you say is you accept that there's an impact on openness.
Yes.
Within the appeal site itself.
Yes.
But you say, well, if you're looking from viewpoint G, looking into the open space, there would be retained a sense of openness.
Yes.
And this is your VVM1, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, in Appendix B.
Yeah, Appendix B. So I'm struggling with page numbers, but anyway, it's the first montage.
That's Appendix C. Sorry, yes.
It's Appendix D, quite right, sorry.
Yeah.
So we have the first photograph is the current position.
Have we got one?
Sorry, I'm just getting there. Can you just sorry, can you just repeat which figure I'm looking at?
It's
3.1.
3.1.
Yeah, right, okay.
And that view shows the views to distant hills, and with built form both sitting above and below tree lines as well.
Yeah. And then year 1, figure 3.2, this is with the proposed tree.
With the proposed tree, yes, because I'm aware that landscape is whilst it's reserved matter, it's.
Then you very fairly at figure 3.3 include it without the proposed tree at 1 year.
Yes, I just wanted to show that actually the built form, when you're looking towards the distant hills, is set below the visual horizon in that view.
And then the following 2 are at 15.
Yes.
With and without the tree.
Yes.
But it's right, isn't it? The difference, although of course one could look beyond through the site to open space, it would be, as Mr. Humphrey said yesterday, it would feel like to either side there would be the housing estate to right and left from that position.
Yes, to a certain degree you get that perception as you walk along the footpath that's currently along the edge of the appeal site. And this actually is the appeal scheme through the provision of open space will open up a new publicly accessible vantage point to appreciate those longer distance views.
Yeah.
But yes, I take the point that it would be framed either side by built form.
And in terms of location, sorry, I think I'm jumping around slightly, but in terms of location, which you address at 2.06.
I just need to back to that. Right.
In your proof.
Not there, but I'm just rereading it for me.
Sure.
Okay.
The location, yes, you refer to the influence of the development to the north.
Yes.
It's relevant, isn't it, Mr. Humphrey's point here that approximately only a quarter of the perimeter of the appeal site adjoins existing housing. First of all, do you accept that rough approximation?
Yeah, I haven't measured a bit, but yes, that's approximate.
Yeah. So the extent of the urban influence, which you point to, must be limited to that quarter of the perimeter.
In a visual sense, but you also do get the audible noise from the A176 as well, which is an infrastructure element as well.
I see. And that's the perception of,
yes, it's a perception element. Obviously not a visual one, but you're aware of it.
Subject to the muffling effect of the trees. Can I say that? Is that okay?
Perhaps.
I just wanted to say it, it's a great word. All right. Visual prominence and landscape prominence, it is accepted that it's limited, localized, limited predominantly to the visual receptors in the immediate vicinity. That's in the statement of common ground.
Yes.
So what we're talking about then, and as was clear from Mr. Humphrey's evidence yesterday, what we're talking about really is the extent of the loss of openness perceived from Kennel Lane, certainly.
Yes.
From the houses and gardens on Windmill Heights to the north.
Yes.
And from footpath 32. In terms of the impact from the houses and gardens on Windmill Heights, the photograph which shows the current position is your viewpoint 1, isn't it, on page 27?
Yes. In Appendix B.
Appendix B, yes. Yeah, so it's
page 27.
And obviously, yeah, it's a completely clear field. So from here, there would be a very significant loss of openness, wouldn't there?
Yes.
From footpath 32 also, well, there is a photograph, but it's at viewpoint 5, but it shows the entrance to the footpath rather than the view from the footpath itself.
Well, there's two photographs, A and B, from within the site, shown on page 22, and then on the following pages, A and B. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah, so we have covered that.
I see. Yeah. So A and B, those are from the footpath, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Yeah, and again, significant loss of openness from there.
Yeah. Yes.
And from Kennel Lane, it'd be fair to say significant impact initially, but reducing over time as the green belt, not the green belt, the boundary,
woodland belt.
Yeah, wooded belt.
Yes, matures.
Yeah.
And really that would start moderating from about year 7. So we talked yesterday about year 15 providing complete screening.
Yeah. Now you touch on volume, which is obviously one aspect of openness.
Yes.
There obviously isn't any calculation of volume in this case, it being an outline. And there would necessarily be a massively significant increase because currently there is no volume.
Yes. Yeah, we're not doing a redevelopment EDL volume comparison on this side.
Yeah, and the spatial aspect of the assessment of openness is distinct and separate from the visual aspect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, obviously they're interlinked.
Yeah, of course. Similarly, sorry, and the point you make, and we've just been to the montage 1, that's addressing the visual aspect of openness, isn't it?
Yes.
In terms of activity, again, obviously there would be, there's virtually, well, nothing. I expect there's some dog walkers or something, occasional grass cutting. But obviously there'll be a significant erosion through activity were the proposal to go ahead.
There'll be an increase in activity, yes.
And overall, in light of all of these assessments, assessment of all of these questions, it's right to say that there would be a significant erosion of openness at the appeal site and the immediate environs.
Certainly at the appeal site where the development parcels are proposed, yes. And which would be understood initially from immediate environs of Kennel Lane, but those effects would diminish over time as we discussed earlier.
Yeah, the effects from Kennel Lane would, but not from the housing to the north or the footpath.
The housing from the north, because we actually do have as part of the proposals additional planting between the two. Again, with the weathering and maturing of that planting, that would assist to a degree, but appreciate the openness. Once it's gone, it's
gone. All right. Just then, finally, on character and appearance. Again, the starting point, we're agreed that harm to the character and appearance is limited to the appeal site and its immediate setting. That's in the Statement of Common Ground.
yes.
What Mr. We went through it yesterday, but what Mr. Humphreys did was to derive some characteristics from the 2017 landscape assessment, landscape character area, outline landscape appraisals of potential strategic development sites document.
Yes.
And he sets them out at his 4.2.9. Yeah.
Just going to that. Yes.
And first of all, you accept that he selected those characteristics.
Yes.
Fairly, and he's omitted those which refer to the wider site 18.
Yes. Yes. And I've responded to each of those in my rebuttal as well.
Yeah, that's right. So I think just to go through the exercise, I think we're the first one, sloping and undulating topic. Sorry, sloping and undulating topography with most elevated land to the north. Well, that won't really be affected, will it? Obviously, the topography of the site.
No, the buildings would be set on top of the topography, and the topography, because of the building set on top of it, will still be able to be appreciated.
Views across the site from the public footpath, this is 32. I think we've agreed that would have a bearing on character and appearance.
Yes. But that would also occur if you were just developing the northern part of the site as well.
Yeah, if as was suggested in that document 2017.
Yes, yes.
The third, agricultural landscape, not extensive tree cover, but the agricultural landscape would be lost, obviously, wouldn't it, within the appeal site?
Sorry, bear with me. The agricultural landscape would be.
Yeah.
Extensive tree cover would be supplemented and enhanced with the proposal.
Roadside hedges to Kennel Lane, they will be enhanced.
Yes.
Long distance views from elevated footpaths from Crouch Valley to Basildon and the Langdon Hills, it's accepted that they won't be.
Yes, I agree.
Effective. Then open views of the site from residential properties on Windmill Heights. Well, we've been through this on openness. They will be affected, clearly.
Yes, we acknowledge that in our LTVIA.
Yeah, and whilst the point was made yesterday, private views aren't material considerations. It's right to say that they are relevant in an assessment of either the impact of a development on openness or on character and appearance of an area.
I would say they're relevant in terms of the visual amenity that is afforded from the neighbouring.
Yeah, and that feeds into.
Character is a physical thing which is understood in a visual dimension.
Right, sorry, you went a bit silent there for a moment.
Did I?
Yeah.
Why that is? Do I just need to sit further forward? Can you hear me now?
Well, I could see your mouth moving, but I couldn't hear anything.
Okay.
Let's just start again. The point was made yesterday that private views aren't material planning considerations. It was put to Mr. Humphreys yesterday.
Yes.
It is right to say, though, that they do feed into both the visual aspect of a sense of openness, first of all.
Being perceived by people.
So they're relevant in that sense, aren't they?
Yes, and that has been assessed in the LTVIA submitted with the application.
And similarly, when we're talking about character and appearance of an area, as we are here, it's relevant also to consider how a development is seen and perceived by the local residents. It's relevant in that sense too.
Yes, those perceptual qualities.
Yeah.
Points of character, yes.
All right. Okay, now overall, Mr. Humphreys said there was a significant adverse impact on character and appearance, but then he said in a question to the inspector that he would give it moderate weight in the final balance. Do you accept those weighting, that analysis and that weighting? Do you accept that that's right?
In terms of character, yes.
Yeah.
Of the appeal site, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Symes. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm wondering now where we were about to come up to a break anyway, so I think we'll take that break, and I'm sure Ms. Symes will welcome that. And then just looking, it doesn't appear that we have any interested parties present, but that would give any interested parties who are observing on the live stream an opportunity to join on the Zoom stream if there are any questions that they have. And then I will just, that break will also give me an opportunity. I had some questions from Ms. Symes, but I need to go through them again just to check to see which, if any, have been ticked off. And then Mr. Litton, you will have the opportunity to re-examine Ms. Symes. So we say if we come back for, if we say 15, if we can just have 15 minutes, and obviously I remind not to have any conversations with Mr. Litton or any of your team during this time. So it's 11:25, so we'll adjourn now and we will resume at 11:40. Thank you. It's just coming up to 11:40, so I propose to resume. Okay, it doesn't appear that we've been that anyone else has joined us, and the opportunity for any questions to Ms. Symes is clear. It was made clear in the programme. Although we are a little bit ahead. I would have expected that people would have joined by now. Just before I ask my questions, just a little bit of housekeeping, just to confirm that I've received the missing document, the missing part of the representation for Mr. and Mrs. Mead, and I also have before me the documents that have been sent in relation to the section 106, including the summary document. So that's helpful. Thank you very much. I'll have an opportunity to have a look at those through the lunch break, which may well be a little longer than we had planned, depending on how quickly we get through the questions that I have. So I propose just to start with those now, and then if any of the interested parties join us in the interim in the next 5 minutes, they can have the opportunity, but I would have expected that they would have joined by now. So, are you okay to begin, Miss Symes? Just
yes,
got
yes,
if you,
thank you.
And can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Right.
So the first question I've got really is, right, obviously we've got all of these the montages and all of the photographs, etc. And looking at they all appear to be taken when trees are sort of in full leaf. And what I'm wondering is is there any evidence that exists to demonstrate what the views of the site would be in the winter months, or can you, if there is, can you give your professional opinion on what sort of, suppose if we might have to measure in percentage of
Yes.
of increased visibility that might arise, because obviously there's a lot of vegetation, and some of it will no doubt lose its cover at certain points of the year.
And actually, since we initially carried out our visual assessment work, which actually, if I can point you to the landscape and townscape visual impact assessment that was submitted with the application, the visual assessment there was carried out.
Do you have a document reference for that, please?
Forgive me. It will be one of the application documents.
Yeah.
A CD reference for you. Bear with me. Just need to go back to the list. I haven't written it on my list. It is CD 1.22.
CD 1.22,
which is in 6 parts, just because the size, because of all the images within it. But that document,
okay,
the visual assessment then was carried out towards the end of March 2020.
okay,
Which predominantly shows a winter scene.
okay.
Albeit that leaves had started to emerge, but I think it gives you a good feel for how the views change between effectively the summer views that I have in my proof and the winter views.
Okay,
actually, the growth that the vegetation has had as well over that time.
Thank you. Okay, so just turning to your proof of evidence at 2.07.
Yes.
Okay, and just it's really just a quick question in relation to the topography.
Yes.
To what extent does the site topography help or hinder the impacts of the scheme in terms of openness? In your,
What?
I think before we talked about you mentioned earlier on about how the different heights of buildings would, because they're all going to be of up to a certain height, you'd still end up with a graduation. Yes. Within the topography. I'm just wondering in terms of the effect on openness.
Yeah, the topography, certainly the upper parts of the site are contiguous with the settlement edge in terms of topography. In terms of openness, it's a combination of topography and vegetation in some respects. So Billericay sits on a ridgeline, and the settlement is apparent in the views from, hopefully you visited on site, from viewpoint 32, albeit in the distance. And the perception of the openness of the site is limited due to the vegetation there, albeit the fact that the site is elevated, forming part and parcel of the developed Billericay ridgeline. So whilst it's elevated, I think we have to also take into account the vegetation that gives the screening that therefore limits the prominence of the site in those wider views. Sorry, it's not a clear-cut answer, black and white, because of the combination of the two.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. Thank you. Just in terms of 2.09 of your proof.
Yes.
It's 2.09. Right. Get the right document power. 2.09. Yeah. So just in terms of in terms of 2.09, you give some what read to me is absolute conclusions regarding the changes to the character and amenity of the view and the extent to which the visual envelope will change.
Yeah.
So in my reading of them, that's like they're absolute. Are you able to direct me to where in your evidence is any particular views which demonstrate that absolute? It may well be that we've already looked at some of those, but if you could just sort of pinpoint me to the ones that really have sealed these absolute conclusions.
I think the verified visual montages are helpful in that. In particular, one from Kennel Lane, which is viewpoint 11.
Yeah.
And then I think the other visualizations from viewpoint 27 and 32, which are more the intermediate and more distant views, which therefore show the limited contribution that the appeal development would have.
Yeah.
In terms of changing any of the character and amenity of those views. I refer to some viewpoints on page 9. I don't know whether we'd like to look at those.
Yeah.
So we look at each of those. So that's my Appendix B.
Yeah.
So viewpoint 4 from the A176, essentially a character and amenity. That view won't change because the vegetation will remain in place along that route.
Yeah.
Similarly with viewpoint 5, which is the entrance to the site along the footpath.
Yeah.
Viewpoint 6 from Hunters Avenue, Kennel Lane, which is the one that we looked at on site, and we talked about the extent of the vegetation that would be removed to facilitate the improvement to the footpath and the character and amenity of the view there, where you currently have built form in that view, and with this hill scheme in place would be a new built form element to that view, sitting above that vegetation and sitting further back than the alignment of the houses that you currently see. There's not a significant change to the character and amenity of that view. Viewpoint 7, essentially a character and amenity of the view from Windmill Heights. From that particular viewpoint, wouldn't significantly alter. The residential street scene would remain. And then I move on to viewpoints 20 to 23, which is essentially around the A176 and Kennel Lane junction, which there would be a change there. But essentially, we talked about the removal of vegetation around that junction, then the replacement of it with new green infrastructure. And then the viewpoints along Kennel Lane. So we talked about those earlier. So viewpoints 6, which we've talked about, 10, 11, 12.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So just turning to 2.13 of your proof.
Yes.
That's 2.13, I'll just double check. Yes. In terms of 2.3, you identify new opportunities for public enjoyment of views out to the wider landscape, and it's something that we've heard about today as well, briefly.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering as to how significant this is, and whether it would constitute a benefit of the scheme. First of all, then I've got a second part of the question, but I'll see what you potentially depend on how you answer that. So.
Yeah, sure. In my opinion, it would be a benefit to the scheme because you don't get the long views out from the existing public right of way. So it's the first opportunity within the appeal site that you would appreciate that. And then in terms of recreational value, the addition of new routes through the site that would then connect back to the A1476 roundabout that would then connect back to the pavements that we walked on to connect down to the footpaths into the wider countryside. So there's a sort of physical benefit and a visual benefit there, a physical recreational benefit.
Okay, that will answer that one. Thank you. I don't need to ask the second part of the question I had. And then in terms of 2.14 in your proof,
Yes.
you also recognise that there's an opportunity for a positive green settlement edge and a more defensible green belt boundary to be created from the development.
Yes.
And again, I would just like to ask you, in your sort of professional opinion, how significant is that in landscape terms in this instance?
Yeah. The green infrastructure on the parameter plans allows the ability to deliver the guidelines set out in the landscape character assessment of LCA 11. And I think there's the positives of creating a positive frontage development to the landscape rather than the current edge, which turns its back onto the appeal site. And so the paraphernalia you get of varied boundary treatments. As we know, as we saw on site, the opportunity for residents to take ownership of some parts, and so therefore it creates a more domestic, unkept and low quality edge, in my opinion. Whereas actually the management of the green infrastructure in a positive way creates a more robust and successful settlement edge, in my opinion, in a landscape terms.
Okay, that's all the questions that I've got. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for their contribution on this. Now just check to see if anybody else has joined us. Doesn't appear to me that there is anybody, so I'm presuming from that there aren't any interested, well, I must presume from that there aren't any interested parties who wish to speak, and we haven't had any further notifications via the council that there is anyone. So I'll invite Mr. Litton now to, if he wants to re-examine Ms. Symes.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, really just one question arising from the inspector's questions. Ms. Symes, you were taken to paragraph 2.09 and asked to identify the evidence base for the firm conclusions that you reach into 09. We looked at, and we looked at again, the sort of closer distance views. You do reference the longer distance views. I wonder whether it might just be sensible to cover those off. So I'm looking at VVM 3 in your Appendix C, baseline, and then the year 1, year 15 views. Perhaps you could just explain what it is you can currently see of the appeal site, what you would see of the appeal site if permission is granted and the development is constructed.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, we're looking at figure 3.9 in Appendix C.
3.9.
Yes, that's the baseline view.
Yeah.
This is the sort of, as it were, medium distance view from Viewpoint 27.
Which is on a public right of way.
Yeah.
You got that?
Yeah.
So it's looking northeast towards the site, and actually even the built form on Wimble Heights in this location is quite difficult to discern, but in the middle you can just about make out some red kind of rooftops, which I think is Bell Hill Close, just about in the middle. And then if we turn to figure 3.10, and what you're looking towards here is with the appeal scheme in place at year 1, and the visual horizon is formed by the existing trees, which is quite varied, and with the existing built form I believe, of Bell Hill sitting within that. And really the character and amenity of the view there, the appeal scheme in place at year 1, doesn't really alter. The appeal scheme is not visually prominent in that view, and it's difficult to discern.
Okay, I have to confess, I struggle to see the appeal site with built form on it at all. Is it actually visible in this photograph?
I think if you do the compare and contrast, there's sort of in the midpoint of the photograph, there's some brown rooftops.
Right.
Consistent in both photos. And effectively, the appeal site sits to the left of those. So effectively, in this viewpoint, from a middle distance view, the appeal site is masked by the intervening layers of vegetation.
So you will be able to continue to see existing development in Bellevue Close, but do you see any of the development on the appeal site?
You may be able to discern that relative to being adjacent to Bell Hill Close.
Right. Okay, and then year 15, so figure 3.11.
And similarly, there's no significant change to that.
All right, and then viewpoint 32, which starts at figure 3.12. So this is the long distance view from viewpoint 32, public footpath, I think. What can you see currently of the appeal site? I mean, is it possible to detect where the appeal site is at all?
Well, you only identify where the appeal site is relative to understanding the existing settlement edge along Windmill Hill. It's often the white facade of the dwelling on Windmill Hill that pinpoints where the site is in that wider panorama. And as part of that, again, you have a treed visual horizon. You see the edge of Billericay or Bursted falling down the settlement, south-facing slope. And you can just about pinpoint where the fields are within the upper part of the appeal site.
All right.
Again, it's approximately in the middle of that view in the distance.
Okay, and then with year 1, figure 3.13, does that change?
The appeal scheme is apparent in that view, but again, it doesn't alter the character and amenity of that view. So built form is set below the visual horizon. It's not a significant component of that view. It is at distance, and the view currently already includes the built form set amongst trees.
All right, and then year 15, figure 3.14.
Again, it is less distant at that point because of the evolution of the vegetation.
All right, good, thank you. Then in the same document, can you turn up, please, your page 13? It's your Greenbelt assessment and the table there. And at the same time, if you would turn up, please, the CD 6.19, which is the Basildon Borough Greenbelt Review 2017, page 71, which is the Greenbelt Purpose Questions.
Yes. Awesome.
Sorry, can I just, Mr. Litton, that first reference, I think you said page 13 of...
13 of Appendix A.
First of all,
Appendix
what
A.
I'd like to understand from you are, sorry, madam.
Sorry, I was trying to get the first reference. I heard page 13. It's Appendix B.
So that's in Appendix A, Appendix
A, sorry, yes.
A of the Sciences appendices.
All right, just get that.
And then the second reference was page 71 of CD 6.9, which is the Greenbelt Purpose Questions that Ms. Symes was taken through cross-examination.
Just bear with me one moment. .9, you said.
CD 6.9.
Yeah, sorry.
And it's page 71 of that document. The Greenbelt Purpose Questions.
Yes. I'll be there in a moment. Okay, right. Sorry about that. I'm there now.
All right. And in answering those Greenbelt Purpose Questions, a series of propositions were put to you, Ms. Symes, some you agreed with, some you didn't, etc. I just want to understand, though, the process in relation to each of these purposes and the questions. Just because you answer one question negatively, does that mean that the relevant parcel necessarily contributes to that purpose?
No, I would say it's a balance.
Balance of what?
Balance of whether it contributes, if it meets the criteria or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible to answer some of those questions in a way that makes it clear the parcel does contribute, and some of those questions are answered in a way which makes it clear that it doesn't contribute.
Yes.
But is it a sort of binary thing? If you answer 2 out of 5 questions positively that it contributes, it must necessarily contribute, or is it more nuanced?
I think well, from a landscape and visual perspective, I feel it's more nuanced than that. It's not, yes, if you get 5 out of 6 of those, it contributes.
Right. Okay. And then if you turn up your Greenbelt assessment, so this is page 13 of Appendix A to your appendices. I just want to understand, in relation to purpose A, where you reach the conclusion that the parcel does not significantly contribute to this purpose, some questions were asked by Mr. Atkinson in relation to that. The premise of the question was, if it doesn't significantly contribute, does that mean it does at least make some contribution?
Yes.
Is that so? What do you mean by it does not significantly contribute to this purpose?
When we're looking at the Greenbelt as a whole, I know we looked at parcel 4B in one instance, and then we looked at the Greenbelt as a whole, because its relationship with the existing settlement edge. That was where I got to my conclusion of not significantly contributing, because its relationship with that edge and the defensible boundaries.
But do you accept that there is a partial contribution to that purpose?
A small contribution.
A small contribution, okay. In relation to purpose B, your conclusion was that the parcel, at least set out in the assessment, was that the parcel does not contribute to this purpose. Now, I just want to be clear. Were you changing your position in the answers you gave to Mr. Atkins?
I don't believe I was, no.
And I think it would be suggested that you conceded that there was a partial contribution. Is that right?
As part of the wider Greenbelt, and not on its own.
Right. So do I understand it the parcel in combination makes a contribution, but on its own it doesn't.
Yes.
Okay, and then in relation to purpose C, you say concluded parcel partly contributes to this purpose. Are you making a different judgment call to A, where you said it does not significantly contribute to this purpose? Is there a difference between those two?
Yes, because the change to the site. Yes, I think the two are different because
why? In what way are they different?
Because C is safeguarding countryside from encroachment, which is an openness issue, which development on any greenfield greenbelt site would change the openness of it. Where
I'm just trying to understand the relative difference between a conclusion that a parcel does not significantly contribute to the purpose and the conclusion that a parcel partly contributes to the purpose.
Yes. Looking at the appeal site effectively based on the wider greenbelt. So we're looking at the contribution that the appeal site makes to that greenbelt purpose as part of that greenbelt. So
right.
The difference is that, in my opinion, there would be change and an effect on the greenbelt of developing the appeal site. And so therefore, the nature of the agricultural land does contribute or partially contribute to that purpose.
All right, but I mean, in this table, you're not looking at the extent of change. You're simply looking at whether or not the parcel currently contributes to the purposes of the greenbelt.
Yes. Yes.
So let's keep those separate, please. What I want to know is when you say in relation to C, the parcel partly contributes to this purpose, is that a greater contribution to that particular purpose than where you said in relation to parcel A that it does not significantly contribute? As I understood it, you said it makes a minor contribution.
Yes.
So does a parcel that partly contributes to the purpose, is that a greater contribution or a less contribution than a minor contribution?
It's a greater contribution.
All right. Good. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Symes. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Okay, so we're just coming up to 12:15. I'm just checking no one else has joined us. And therefore, I'm going to conclude that we've completed this part of the examination. And it's time for lunch break, so we're a little bit ahead of ourselves, but what I propose is, if it's agreeable with everyone here or that it's going to be involved, if we'll stick to a 1:30 start, and that just gives me a little bit of extra time to have a look at the documents that have come through now. I've already set out how I'm planning to run the discussion. We'll not call it a round table because we're not sitting around a table, but the discussion that we're going to be having. We'll start with the planning obligations first of all, assuming that the county council representatives are in attendance at 1:30, and then we'll move on to the planning conditions. So with that, it's 12:15, and we'll adjourn until 1:30. And thank you everybody for their contributions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's just coming up to 1:30 and we'll be resuming this inquiry. So if anybody in the virtual room who hasn't met me before, my name is Mrs. Dillon and I've been appointed by Secretary of State as the Planning Inspector to undertake this examination of the appeal. And we're at a point in the agenda where we will be looking at the planning obligation that's being proposed and also the planning conditions. And I think, as I said earlier on in my on day one of my opening, just for the benefit of anyone, this discussion doesn't prejudice the outcome of the appeal. It doesn't predetermine what my thoughts are and the final outcome. So just to make that clear, it's something that is necessary so that I'm equipped with everything I need should I be minded to allow the appeal. So I do have some housekeeping points, but I think what I'll do is I'll keep those, I'll put a marker down. We'll talk about those at the end when we've finished all of the sessions, because they may have a bearing on the discussion that we're going to be having may have a bearing on those housekeeping points. So if you can just keep a mental note and remind me that I do have some housekeeping, just in case I omit to do that. So I just want to check first of all with the main parties that your representatives that you're expecting to be here for this session on planning conditions and obligations are present. If you can just, I can see we've got 8 participants altogether, so we've got some additional people.
Madam, yes, I mean, from the appellant's perspective, Mr. Smith, James Smith, who is the solicitor acting for the appellant and who's been negotiating the Section 106 is here. He has produced the summary of the Section 106 agreement, which is ID 9. And in a moment or two, I hope he'll be able to speak to it. There, he's now on screen. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Can I suggest a way forward in relation to this, Madam, which is that when we turn to it in a moment or two, that Mr. Smith runs through that summary to explain to you exactly what's in the agreement. There is one element, which is this £540,000 being requested by Essex County Council, which we will then have to have a discussion about between you and ourselves and the County Council. There are a number of documents relating to this, and there is a bit of confusion going on because there are now, I think, 2 or at least 3 versions of the SIL compliance statement, with the most recent one coming in at this morning. We need to track through those, amongst other things. There are some other documents as well. So I'd rather not get into the debate about whether or not 540 should be paid or not at the moment. I think it'd be sensible if Mr. Smith runs through what is in the Section 106 agreement, and then we can have that discussion about whether 540 is still compliant.
Okay. Council, Mr. Atkinson, are you happy with that approach?
That makes sense. And just to introduce the people from this side, we have, well, sitting next to me, visible, I hope, in the screen, we have Mrs. Lyons, Head of Planning, and Mr. Humphreys, both of whom I think you've met, if only remotely. Yes. And then on the line, as it were, Charlotte Mackay, the solicitor for the Basildon Borough Council, and Anne Cook is well, she can introduce herself, but she's from the County Council, I think, infrastructure planner.
Yes. Good afternoon, both of you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, just for clarity, I'm not a solicitor. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Legal Executives. I don't want to be holding myself out as a solicitor, but I am the lawyer working for the council.
So you're, sorry, that type fellow of?
The Institute of Legal Executives.
Okay, thank you. And I also have Anne Cook. Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam. Anne Cook, I'm Principal Infrastructure Planning Officer for Essex County Council.
Thank you. And we're content that we've got the relevant people around the virtual table to be able to progress with the issues?
Good afternoon, Madam. One final one, if I may. It's
Yes,
Mark
sorry,
Lawrence
beg your
here.
pardon.
Yeah, it's all right. It's Mark Lawrence. I'm the Strategic Development Engineer for Essex County Council, responsible for South Essex.
Sorry, I get your title again. Strategic
Development Engineer.
Development Engineer. And that's
That's
for
right.
Essex County Council.
That's correct. Yep.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so that's everybody that we were expecting and that are required to be able to complete this session. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, then, so I'll ask if Mr. Smith would like to give a summary of the summary that's been circulated today. And I suppose first of all I should ask, has everybody got a copy of that?
Take silence as affirmation that everyone has a copy.
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
yes, we do, Madam. I didn't have a microphone on. Yes.
Okay. And what I suppose what I better do, because we do have some new people around the table. Obviously, I'm not sure whether you've been involved in virtual sessions before. This is obviously it's a virtual round table. It's a less formal arrangement than the formal sort of evidence giving sessions. I think that if we need to just be careful that we don't talk over one another. So if you want to say anything, if you just sort of either raise your hand or your virtual hand, and then I'll invite you in at the appropriate time for that. And I think I said earlier, we're going to deal with the planning obligation first, and then you can then leave if you're not if the planning conditions aren't relevant to you, by all means you can leave at that point. So yeah, so I'll just invite Mr. Smith then to introduce this summary that we've received today.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. I'm not sure what would be the easiest way for me to summarise this for you. I mean, obviously you have the summary note. Would it assist for me just to talk through that note?
Yeah, I think so. Just as because I have read it, but obviously I've only just I haven't had it for very long. I've just had it over the lunchtime period, yeah. So it just would be quite useful.
Okay, thank you. Well, firstly, apologies. There's been a number of drafts I know that have come your way, and just as an initial point, I'm aware there do remain one or two formatting gremlins in the document that has been sent to you. Those will be addressed before it is executed. As set out in the note, a form of Section 106 agreement has now been agreed between the appellants, the council, and the county council has also now confirmed that they are content with the form of the document that's been sent to you this morning, subject to one minor typo in the clause relating to their monitoring fees, which isn't material to the obligations. So the form of document that has been sent to you is subject to anything that arises from this discussion and subject to any sort of minor corrections and typos that are picked up, the document that will be signed and sent to you. It is a document with three parties. The council obviously is the local planning authority, the county council as the highway and education authority, and then the landowners of the site there are four landowners, but they are acting as trustees for a trust called the FH Buckingham Trust. The trust owns the freehold of the site bound. That land is shown is all registered under the same title number, EX 405532, and official copies have been provided and up-to-date ones will be provided as well prior to completion for the title. I should just highlight that title, there are two small areas of land that are within the planning application red line that are outside of that title, namely an area around the site access where there's some access works being done under the conditions, and also the cycle path, that cycle and pedestrian pathway to the north, which are both within the existing public highway. So those are within the land edge red for the application, but they're not bound by the 106 agreement because it's highways land, and those works are being done under conditions. The effect of the agreement in the usual way, it takes effect on the date of it is completed, but the majority of the planning obligations are conditional on both the grant of the planning permission and development actually being commenced as defined under the agreement. That term commenced has the usual carve outs for preparatory operations to do with site investigations, etc. The exception to that is there are a number of obligations in this agreement that relate to schemes and details and things that need to be done at reserved matters stage. So those obligations obviously do take effect prior to the commencement of development, because they need to be performed before reserved matters have been granted. Moving on, as I said, the document is agreed. There is, however, within it the usual blue pencil clause that I suspect you're familiar with. That was 4.2. This enables you, ma'am, if you are not satisfied with any of the obligations meet the SIL regulation tests, to obviously state as such in your decision letter, and the obligation in question then would not take effect without prejudice to the remainder of the document. That becomes particularly relevant, as I think probably in the context of the sustainable transport contribution that we will come on to discuss, because that is the one element of this document where there is not agreement in terms of the justification for the contribution that is being sought. There is agreement in terms of the drafting. It's in the agreement, and essentially we will be passing the buck, for want of a better phrase, to yourself once we've made submissions on the point to form a view as to whether or not you accept that it is or is not SIL regulation compliant. So it's in there in Schedule 9 in an agreed form with the County Council should you find that the obligation is appropriate. But obviously if you don't, then it would fall to be struck out under the blue pencil drafting. In the usual way, the agreement terminates if the appeal is refused, or in the event that the planning permission is never implemented, save where obligations may have been triggered previously. Just moving on to the contributions, then we have the obligations in the schedule. Schedule 1 relates to a number of notices that need to be given to the County Council. No, sorry, Schedule 1 is a description of the land, forgive me. That confirms the land interest bound by the 106 by reference to the title numbers and the plan. Schedule 2 relates to a number of notices that are required to be given to the council of various triggers throughout the development as part of their ongoing monitoring of what's happened on site and what needs to be complied with. Schedule 3 that contains the financial, please stop me if I'm going too fast, or
no, you're fine,
or tell me if I'm taking too long. Schedule 3 contains the council financial contributions. There are 3 financial contributions payable to the council: an employment and skills contribution. All of these are based on a formula because it's an outline application, and therefore the eventual amount will be dependent upon the number and mix of units granted reserved matters approval. But I have in my notes included some indicative figures so that you can get a feel for the likely amounts that we're talking about. Employment and skills contribution of £300 per dwelling to be used towards provision of an employment and skills coordinator and effectively during the construction and operational phases of the development. A healthcare contribution of £379 per dwelling to be used towards the provision of additional healthcare floor space within facilities serving the development. and then an open space culture, play and sports contribution it comes to 371,809 if you apply the per dwelling amount to the 200 units. This is, you may have recalled there was an earlier version of this note. These contributions were all listed separately within that note, but this is effectively an agglomeration of the open space, the play contributions and the sports contributions that were referred to previously in that note. And that is to be used to provide open space play, cultural and sports facilities within the vicinity of the development.
Can I just, at this point, it might be why has that changed? Why is it now?
I don't know. It was purely a preference of the council that it was joined together. I don't know if Mr. Kai wants to comment on that. We didn't have any particular objection to it. It was the council's preference.
Yeah, I'll just ask, it might just be pertinent to ask that Mr. Kai now.
There wasn't a particular reason other than a drafting point. I think it was to tidy it up and to originally it was broken down even more, if my understanding is correct, James. I'm afraid I haven't negotiated the 106, so this is just my understanding. But it was broken down into different types of contribution and land, and there were all sorts of different definitions. And I think to try and tidy it up, this is how we got to where we are. But I don't think there was anything more than that to it.
So I'm just wondering, what comfort will I have that that will be an appropriate amount of monies is invested in each of those aspects?
Okay, let me go to the relevant section, bear with me. Sorry, trying to work on two screens, it's never easy.
No,
Bear with me 1 second.
No, it's fine.
Oops.
I think it's just that is there a danger that if they aren't specified, you know, like all unpacked, that it all is one large amount that isn't then spread across those different aspects?
Yeah, I mean, there is, the way it's drafted now, it is a single contribution towards open space, culture, play and sports provision, and the details of that are listed within the SIL compliance statement, but there's no particular amount of the contribution that's attributed to which element. It is just a single contribution that can be used for all those elements.
Is that something that's not that the authority does as a standard practice?
Oh, sorry, Christine.
Sorry, if you go to SIL compliance statement, it does set out how in the agreement it does set out an index of £1,732 per unit, and then if you go to SIL compliance, it sets out the 106 contribution will be pulled to help deliver the following projects and vicinity development in accordance with the relevant strategies identified. And it goes down to a 10-year plan review, £60,000, play equipment, £70,000, some open space replacement equipment, £40,000, Lake Meadow open space replacement, £110,000, and then plus a new outdoor gym equipment at £25,000.
Yes, right, okay.
Yeah.
So that still stands. That all stands, even though that the amount has been effectively lumped together. It would then be unpacked to go to those different projects.
And it's because it's a formula. So if it was a full application, obviously we'd put the exact details in the 106, but because the formula is used to calculate on a, obviously if that many houses aren't built, we wouldn't have that amount, but that's proportionately how we'd split it in accordance with the SIL compliance statement.
Yeah, I think what it probably is the fact that Schedule 3, what Mr. Smith just read out, is an indicative amount, and what he hasn't put in is the actual index, the actual per dwelling amount, which is set out in the agreement. So I think that's probably, it's just maybe just the drafting of Mr. Smith's note here that confuses it. So we've got an indicative amount, and then we've actually spread out in the SIL compliance what that indicative amount will be spent on in terms of a breakdown of the overall costs.
Okay.
I think, Mum, what I can say on that is we can have a discussion after this session, myself and Ms. Mackay, and it may be that it would help you to add a little bit more clarity around the definition of the purposes that can be spent upon.
I think so. Yes, it's just
Just to cross-refer to the section of the SIL compliance statement that's been referred to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, we can take that away from the session and action.
Yeah, and that's for any if this issue arises anywhere else as well. It's just like it would be a common concern that I would have. It would just need to be very specific that it would go to the places that it's intended to go to.
I mean, it could be as simple as us just taking that paragraph from the compliance statement and putting it into the definition.
It could be, yes. Yeah. I think it just at the moment they're two separate things, and there may not be the teeth there in the legal sense.
Yeah. Okay.
To ensure. So.
That's helpful. Thank you. We'll take that away. My note then does jump around, so I'll just skip over the County Council because it's right at the end of the document and move on to Schedule 4. Schedule 4 is affordable housing provision. It secures 36% of the dwellings as affordable housing, of which 70% affordable rented and 30% to be shared ownership units. In the usual way, these are required to be delivered and to be transferred to a registered provider in accordance with an affordable housing scheme to be submitted prior to the commencement of development, and they're required to be completed before 50% of the open market dwellings have been occupied, and completed and transferred to the registered provider before 65% of the open market dwellings have been occupied. There's then the standard sort of provisions relating to nomination rights for the council, and to ensure the ongoing use of those units as affordable housing for persons in housing need, as defined in the agreement. Schedule 5 contains some provisions relating to the open market units, essentially some obligations relating to the marketing of those units, which it is understood is geared around concern to incentivise and encourage local take up of those units, which I think arises, as we understand it, from some policies that the council has adopted in relation to, I'm sure the council will help me out here, effectively ensuring that benefits of development fall to local people primarily. So there's obligations there to sort of incentivise local take-up through marketing initiatives, and also to restrict people from buying multiple units within the first 6 months of them going on sale, to stop, I assume, landlords hoovering up these units and then renting them out. There are also some obligations in there to do with the ongoing management of the flats. Any flats that there may be, open market flats, should they not be covered by the management company that will be responsible for the open space and outdoor parts of the development. And then some parameters for the open market housing mix, which is required, effectively an indicative mix is required to be agreed at reserved matters stage, and then tracked through any sort of subsequent reserved matters applications. Schedule 6 is the open space and management company provisions, which again are relatively standard. They require the open space that there will be within the development, which obviously will be fixed by the reserved matters applications, and also an open space specification and management plan that needs to be submitted prior to commencement of development. That will then fix the areas of open space, and they will be required in accordance with the programme prior to occupation of more than 75% of the dwellings. And thereafter, in the usual way, the agreement requires that open space to be transferred to the management company once it's been laid out to the council's satisfaction, and retained for use of public open space in perpetuity, effectively. Schedule 7 requires the submission of an employment and skills plan. This is to maximise local opportunities to use local employment schemes, apprenticeships, training schemes, etc. during the construction of the development. So there's a requirement to submit a plan and therefore thereafter to implement it. Schedule 8 actually I've already covered because it sort of falls under the same category as the open market mix and design. There is an obligation, should the council request it, to submit any reserved matters applications to their appointed quality review panel before they're submitted to the council, and thereafter to have regard to any comments that that panel may have on the application in terms of the design of the scheme. And then the final schedule is schedule 9, which is the county council obligations. There are effectively three county council obligations, although I would anticipate, Mum, that you may have a similar comment in relation to the education contributions as you did in relation to the open space and sports and recreation, because they've effectively been, although they're defined as separate contributions, and I think the drafting is clearer here that they can only be used for their specific purposes. I will speak to the county council and just see if we can provide greater clarity on that, because they have been collectively defined as the education contribution. We'll just have a look at that and see whether we think anything needs to be done. But we have an education contribution. Again, it's formula based because we don't know the ultimate unit mix. But it's a cost per pupil place generated by the development. The indicative amount overall is 1.939 million, which is broken down into the early years contribution of 257,207, primary education contribution, which comes in at just over 857,000, and then secondary education contribution. Further obligations in this schedule are the travel plan obligations. There is an obligation to submit a final version of the travel plan. There is a framework travel plan already in existence, but there's an obligation to submit the final version, which needs to comply with the ECC sort of template standard requirements. To appoint a travel plan coordinator and to pay a travel plan monitoring fee to the county council, which is payable on an annual basis until a year after the development is fully occupied. There's also a requirement to submit travel information packs to the initial occupants of all, which will include travel vouchers. And then finally, there are the obligations in relation to the sustainable transport contribution. This is the £540,000 contribution that has been requested by the county council to provide a new bus service between Billericay Station and the Basildon multimodal interchange along the A176. And as I've alluded to earlier, it's that contribution that has not been agreed in terms of its justification, and that therefore I've referred you to the blue pencil clause that can be utilised depending on what your view on it is. So that, in a nutshell, is the agreement. If you have any further questions, I'm very happy to.
Just had some questions, but I'm going to just quickly let me check through them so I can tick, because I think a lot of what you've said covers the questions that I would have normally asked. So. Okay. Okay, so there's one thing that I'll ask just now, and this may be a question more for the council, Mr. Smith, but I'm just wanting to understand: are there any clauses in the agreement that are unusual or new to the council?
I mean, I'll defer to the council largely on this. My understanding is that the majority of the clauses in the document, as we've been told on quite a few occasions, are the council's standard clauses, and similarly the county council's standard clauses as well.
Yeah, there is nothing unusual on our part.
And likewise,
So that includes the marketing clauses as well. That's something.
Yeah, they come from our town centre appeals that we've recently dealt with, and so that they're almost identical to what we've had on other schemes, or in a slimmed down version, because obviously to reflect the size of the development.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say that we find some of those clauses a little bit unusual, but we have negotiated them to a state that we feel that we can accept.
Okay. This again, this is a question for both the parties, really. I'll ask it first, and then I'll let the council respond first, and then if the then appellant. And this is just about, obviously, these planning obligations. Some of them could potentially be construed as benefits. So I'm thinking about them, you know, the open market, the marketing clauses that are being put in, the economic, you know, the economic employment skills plan, I should say, the likes of that. Potentially, some of them go beyond maybe mitigating the effects of the development. Have they been factored in to the? This may not, well, I'm going to ask it now, and if it's not the right place to be asking it, it's something that have they been factored in to the ballot, into the planning balance for both sides? So when both sides have been talking about the benefit to boosting housing, land supply, etc., has thought been given to these obligations?
Can I defer to Mrs. Lyons, who is sat there, as to that question?
Because obviously the council, for example, the councillors are, you know, you've argued that and you accept that the appeal proposal would, the provision of 200 homes is a benefit in terms of the housing land supply. The dispute is really the amount of benefit, and I'm just wondering, as part of that assessment of the benefit, have both the parties taken into account some of the obligations that link to the likes of housing delivery as a benefit? Something, because obviously this scheme, that the obligation arguably could be construed as providing an opportunity, a greater opportunity for local people to access the housing market in advance of people from outside the area. So it's like an added.
So in terms of the marketing strategy, we're asking for it's a 3-month strategy, and in terms of the benefits, and this goes to the appellant's case, the fact that we have got a poor level of deliverability of homes over the past well, probably 10 years plus, and so the ambitions are for this scheme to deliver local homes, and that's the case put forward by the appellants, and therefore we're asking for, and we're not saying at any specific point in the development of the scheme, we just want a period of time, and it's been accepted in the recent town centre appeals, that it is accepted that we have that up front, because it goes towards delivery of homes. So we've taken that into account when we've looked at the benefits of delivering homes in the case that we've made in terms of the balance. In terms of the economic side of things, in terms of the training, and that is part of the, that sits within the MPPF. We did take we did make that case in our discussions around the economic benefits, and I think the planning officer dealt with that matter, gave that moderate weight. So we have weighted the impacts of these during the discussions that we've had in terms of our position that we've put forward. So in terms of the benefits, we've looked at these as benefits to the scheme already, and that is the delivery of homes. We've accepted that, delivery of local homes, and the economic benefits, we've taken that, and the economic benefits we took as a moderate weight.
Right, okay. So I suppose what I'm getting at is that if I was to find that those that some of those obligations were benefits, you've already taken them into account when arriving at your
yes, we have. Yes,
assessment. So so for me to do so would be to double count.
Yes.
If I was to take,
And I think the SIL compliance statement almost makes that point. If you look at the SIL compliance statement, it does sort of at the end, it looks at the financial benefits of the impact of that, and we've weighted that accordingly in our decision making. And obviously the appellants have made the same point in their decision making.
Yeah. Mr. Litton, is there anything that, from your client's perspective?
Well, yes, I'm not sure there's been any sort of specific debate about this. I mean, it's a matter, I think, ultimately for Mrs. Mulliner to consider as part of the planning balance. As I understand it, your question is really, does the fact that there is a marketing provision in the Section 106, which requires the development to be, at least initially, marketed to local people, help with redressing the acute shortfall in housing for the borough? I think the answer is yes, it helps to, as it were, copper bottom the delivery of housing to those who are in need within the borough. But whether it makes difference to the amount of weight you give to that is, I think, ultimately a matter for Mrs. Mulliner to address you as part of the planning efforts.
Okay. Thinking about the likes of the education contributions and the open space, cultural, let me get the correct terminology, the open space, cultural, play and sports provision. What comfort is there that that the scope to spend these contributions within a timely period so that they don't need to be paid back, and to ensure that the development is serviced at the appropriate time? So, for example, that the school places are delivered at the point that they're required, not 20 years after the developments happen. And the other thing is with the school place, the school places in particular, is there any understanding as to whether or not the local schools that would be earmarked for these contributions can they cope with expansion, whether that be through extension or remodeling?
Yeah, Essex County Council provide a 10-year plan which forecasts, based on the data they receive from GPs and schools and the DfE, they produce a 10-year plan which forecasts children who may need, like the population coming forward and the number of children that may need spaces in schools. And we use that to base our response, our original consultation response, on how much, whether we would need a contribution or not. If we've got enough surplus places coming forward, then we wouldn't be asking for a contribution. So it's relative to the forecasting for the school places that would be created from the demand from this development. And we have a 10-year return of spend. So we have that capacity, depending on how long the development takes to build out, we can accommodate any expansion we need to forecast for as the development comes through. And if there's any funding left over, we have the capacity within the Section 160 to return any unspent funds.
But can the site, the schools that would these monies would be invested in, have they got the capacity physically?
Yes.
To be able to, because
yes, that's why we've got the purpose for the spend is relative to either the ward or a 3-mile radius of the development. So of course there's personal parental choice, so they don't necessarily all go to the same school, the nearest school. So our assessment is to the nearest school when we look at spending the money. So there is capacity to expand the schools. Otherwise we would expand the purpose of the spend to accommodate any demand. So we tend to put in the ward or it's a planning group. Normally we would tend to put into a Section 106, but in this purpose I think we've nominated a 3-mile radius and a ward. So therefore we consider there's enough school offer within that ward or within the 3-mile radius of the development to accommodate the children demand from the development.
But if a given school needed to be extended, physically extended or remodeled to accommodate additional places, is there an appreciation within the county council that all of those schools could, if required, accommodate growth?
If one school couldn't, then there's another school within that 3-mile radius that could. So the money would be directed towards an expansion if required.
Right. Okay. I think I understand.
Yeah.
I think I understand that. But you've got the county council's got an appreciation of which schools could or couldn't extend.
Yes, yeah, that's all part of their forecasting programme, and that's the planning group identifies particular schools, and they know through their forecasting of other developments around the area too, just which schools have got space and capacity on their land to accommodate an extension or other classrooms. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Inspector, in terms of the planning, the local authority side, in terms of the culture and the spend around open space, culture, play and sports division, we've just recently done a review of all of that whole process. So those schemes that we've mentioned are part of that 2021 review. So they're all sought to be delivered in the next 10 years.
Right, thank you. Just bear with me, because I've had questions sort of listed on various different documents that I've had before us, so just want to make sure I've covered everything. I've had in terms of the formatting of the document of the obligation, I'm not going to run through what we require, because I think that would be teaching you how to suck eggs, so to speak. So I'm not going to not going to do that. It looks from what I've read of the document as if it fulfills everything that we require, apart from the, I suppose, the signature. So that concludes that. And I think really what I'd like to do now is to just move on to the aspect which is in dispute. So I wonder whether it may be that the council sets out their sort of summarises their position, whether that's a district or the county council, and then the appellant.
Madam, before you get to that, it might be sensible if we just set out the chronology of how we got to the latest iteration of the SIL compliance statement, which was only served on us this morning at 11:30.
So have I got that? I'm now.
Well, it was sent by
confused.
Mr. Humphreys to us. I think it was presumably copied to the planning inspectorate as well.
So that won't be the version that I've been working on. Because what I've noticed as as we were going through the component, the schedules of the agreement, I noticed that the SIL compliance statement, the numbering on the schedules went a little bit off when we got to when we got past schedule 6. So I think I've been working off an old this isn't.
I'm sure you have, which is why it might be helpful if I just take you through the chronology of there are 3 versions now of the SIL compliance statement. And I'm going to start, if I might, with the version, which I'm going to call version 2, which is currently CD 7.27 and is dated the 22nd of September this year. So if you've been working on the core document,
I think I've got that one. Yeah.
Right. If you've been working off that one, then you will see when you turn to page 7 and page 14 that in relation to the Essex County Council obligations, there was highlighted text to be added. So when this was initially served, the position of the county council was not set out at all. That is currently CD 7.27.
Right, well, that's not the version that I've got on page 7. There is text.
And
so
I suspect is also dated the 22nd of September.
It is.
It came in subsequently to what is CD 7.27, but is not a core document. Right, that was not put into the core documents.
Right, okay.
And there is, you're right, quite right, madam, there is some text in relation to that, and I think you'll find that the scheduling numbering isn't necessarily coincidental, which is your concern, with the final section 106 agreement. There is then a further, that is the version, I'm going to call that version 3, the one that you've been working off, but it's not a core document. And then there is a further version which came in this morning, which I'm going to call version 4, which expands quite considerably.
This moment, so I can see whether or not I've actually got that, because I don't believe that I do.
Mum, if I just if I could just say that we did, we sent that to PINS this morning, version 4 of the SIL compliance statement, dated 30th of September.
What time's the email again?
11:30 that went.
Right, I've got.
$11:56, I think, or thereabouts this morning, madam, I believe.
I've got an email chain in which the email from Mr. Humphreys is on the bottom of that. I've got an email from Mr. Charlton at 1:04, which refers to including the revised SIL compliance statement in the Dropbox as ID 10. And on the bottom of that email, that would suggest that Mr. Humphreys has provided the case officer with a copy of the revised at 11:30, but I haven't actually got a copy of it.
Okay, well, you will need that.
The issue. So
Is...
if I go into ID 10 on the website.
No. ID 10 is the wrong document number. ID 10 is the LVIA that accompanied the Mead representation. I'm afraid Mr. Charlton gave it the wrong ID number.
Right, okay.
It's actually, but you need the document, which has been, I don't know whether the best way of getting that to you, because that very considerably expands Essex County Council's justification for the £540,000.
Right, well, I do need that.
So if it's in the Dropbox and there is an ID 11,
that's it, yeah.
That's the document. And it's dated 30th of September.
And I'm not working on the drop. Yeah, it's because I work off the documents that I put into my folder on our own system. I'm just going to go into that. If you just bear with me. Right, the difficulty that I've got is I don't think I've got a link to the Dropbox from what I can see. I can't easily find it because I work off the documents that are submitted to our back office. So the only thing that I can suggest that I do is that
Mrs. Inspector, if you go into our Basildon Council website and it's on the front page of that, the appeal is noted on that, and then from that you can get to the Dropbox quite easily. If you put Basildon Council website into your search, it's on the front page.
Okay.
Even I can do this one. Because
No, that's fine.
Can I suggest, rather than you trying to do this under pressure, should we just adjourn for 5 minutes? See if
We'll
we can
adjourn for
find
5
it?
minutes. Yeah.
And can I also ask you, Madam, whilst we're doing that, because another document you will need is CD 9.19, which is an email from Chris Seaman from the County Council to Mr. Humphreys, dated the 11th of May 2022. CD 9.19.
CD 9.19.
Correct.
Okay.
From page of our website, Mr. Inspector, you'll see 2 appeals listed. There's this appeal and the one from the Maitland Lodge. If you click on that, it will take you to an appeal bit of information, and the drop box is halfway down. You can see where the drop box is. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. But I'll still, obviously, we still need to get that. It does appear that we have received the email. It's just it doesn't appear in my back office, so I can resolve that in due course. I'm just keen that I have got the correct version, and this is one of the reasons why I'm pressed the time scales for getting things in terms of deadlines, so that we don't end up with confusions and reading incorrect documents. So, but I'll adjourn now. It's 2:25. I'll adjourn. If we say for 10 minutes, that'll give me enough time to pull those documents together, and I'll appear as soon as I've done that. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 2:35, and we're resuming this inquiry now. I think I have the two documents. I'm accessing them from the council's website direct. It looks as if there's a little bit of confusion at our end, but I know I will get that resolved, and I'll get the correct document in the correct location when we finish today. So I have in front of me ID 11 draft version 4. Is that the definitive SIL compliance statement? If somebody could, perhaps the council could.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yes, that's good. So, yes.
That is correct. Okay. Okay, so I'll let Mr. Litton, if you'd like to continue.
Yes, madam. So there are a number of, I think I suggested you needed to take out CD 9.19.
Yes.
Well, and actually the other document you need to have to hand is the Highway Statement of Common Ground, which is CD 7.9.
Yes.
And I'm going to start with that document. And on page 3, paragraph 2.1.2, you will recall that the County Council has agreed at item 4 that bus stops are located within a comfortable walking distance from the site, providing frequent services every 20 minutes in both directions to destinations including Billericay, including the railway station, Chelmsford and Basildon. Yes, that is the agreement with the County Council in the Statement of Common Ground. The next document I'd ask you to look at, please, is CD 9.19. So this is the email from the County Council to Basildon Borough Council in the context of the application and a request by the County Council for a sum of £540,000.
Yes.
And if you haven't read it before, madam, you do need to read it.
Okay.
But in summary, it is essentially an aspiration, a wish that this development pay £540,000 as part of pooled contributions for a new proposed bus service that runs through site H17D. You can see that over the page. And when you read the text to that email, you'll see that there's talk of all sorts of things, including a hub, a transport hub, and bus stops, and all sorts of other things that might be relevant if this was an application for H17D, but have nothing to do with the appeal site. So that is the origin of the £540,000.
Okay.
Now, what's happened is that because we were pressing the County Council for justification for this, we received an email on the 23rd of September, which is not amongst the inquiry documents, which said that the bus service is not one that goes through H17, but now follows the A176. without any further justification of why £540,000, which was originally going to be part of pool contributions for a bus service that went through H17, is now simply magically transferred over to a new bus service for along the A176. And I think no justification as to how that sum was calculated, or indeed any evidence that such a service is going to be provided. For example, any communication with a bus service provider that such a service is on the horizon. That was the last communication, I think, that we had from the County Council until we received the justification that's now set out in the SIL compliance statement version 4 received this morning. So I think it's important you understand that chronology. I think it's probably appropriate now that you hear from the council, who no doubt are going to speak to the SIL compliance statement to justify this contribution, and then I will respond.
So can I just so I'm absolutely clear, until you saw version 4, you hadn't seen the justification for that sum of money?
To be fair,
relative to the A176.
Well, on the 23rd of September, we were told that the £540,000 was now intended to support a new bus service along the A176.
Yes.
So 23rd of September is when the original justification for the 540 became an entirely new one.
And that's this, yeah, this year.
This year.
Yes.
So a week ago.
Yes. And that isn't, that hasn't been submitted to this inquiry, that email.
No, it hasn't. It was an email from Mr. Lawrence at the County Council to Mr. Howard, because Mr. Howard had been chasing him in an email on the 22nd of September, asking for the justification.
Right, okay. Now
we asked the question, this leaves us with the question of what is the £540,000 going to be used for, and how does it comply with the SIL regulations? To say, then we received the next day a partial justification. Well, it wasn't a justification. It was told where the money was going to be spent, i.e. on this new service. And it's only today that we receive in the SIL compliance statement the justification by the council. County Council, sorry. Right.
The first thing I'm going to ask, have you had sufficient time to consider that justification?
Yes, yes, we have. Yes.
Okay, so you're happy to proceed?
Happy to proceed through a combination of submissions I'll make, and I think Mr. Howard will be able to assist if I miss anything out.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think we've got there with that then. So what I'll do is I'll invite the whether it's the district council, the borough council, I should say, wants to start, and then obviously the matter really relates to accounting matter. I'll then invite Mr. Lawrence to sort of furnish me with the background to this and the rationale, and then I'll invite Mr. Litton or one of his colleagues to respond to that.
Mrs. Inspector, we're the local planning authority and the highway authority of the county council. We've got nothing to add to this obligation, so we'll leave this matter with Mr. Lawrence and Ms. Cook to talk about.
Okay.
Over to me then, madam?
Yes, thanks.
All right, okay. Yes, just to follow on a few points that Mr. Litton mentioned, he is correct that the statement on common ground, which was signed a few months ago, does identify that the site is within various distances from various points related to bus transport and walking and cycling. Obviously, the key point that is prudent for this is that not everybody is able to get the bus from a distance greater than 400 metres. And I think the key concern from my colleagues in the passenger transport team is that the site in question, a vast majority of that site is in excess of 400 metres from the bus stops that are provided on the Southend Road. Those stops do provide, as I've said previously, a key service provision to the north towards Chelmsford and Billericay, and also to the south towards Wickford and Basildon Town Centre. So that's the sort of the northeast quadrant of the site in question. My colleague Chris Seaman's concerns raised predominantly around the sort of the central and southern western elements of the site, being outside that 400 meter walking distance. You know, a lot of people generally measure it as the crow flies, but obviously we need to consider it as a walking element. And his concern is in line with all national guidance, with the principles of the LTP, our own Essex design guide, the developers guide, DM policies, that elements of that need to be within 400 metres to a bus service facility. Now, just to taking it slightly back, Madam, if I may, to the email that's been identified, I think it's 9.19 from memory. That does allude to elements that my colleagues in passenger transport, when they were looking at this site as part of the bigger picture, regarding potential other sites that would be coming forward or may have come forward at the time regarding southwest Billericay. Now, clearly that element is not happening. And when that email was drafted, that's the viewpoint that Chris was taking in his response. The reason then the delay was that we were trying to get further information together to identify what route would be required, hence why it is written in the 106 as being from Billericay Town Centre to the multimodal Basildon Town Centre in principle, and looking also what the service options that would be and the routing options. And that's where the A176 corridor has been identified as the most appropriate route. Not only does that then provide an alternative service on the western side of the development, but it also facilitates, therefore, that the rest of the development is within that preferred 400 metre walking distance to a bus stop. So that, I think, is the sort of position as to where we are with as a highway authority. Apologies if there's been some confusion from our end regarding getting that information back over into the process. And just may I also say that obviously that you'll read the SIL documentation version 4, and as Mr. Litton has identified, we've already completed that table, which should provide a better understanding for yourself, Madam, to understand the reasonings behind the request for the money, how it is broken down, and also how it is calculated.
Okay, can I do have one question. I'm just scrolling through the document to get to the relevant part.
I think it's page 18, if that helps you.
Yeah. As this is a discussion, I'm going to ask a question now before I invite Mr. Litton into it, because just a couple of things I think that are need a little bit of clarity on. Obviously, I haven't read this text in any great detail yet, and I'm going to have to do that. And we do have a reserve session next week. And if there's anything that once I've read it and digested it, if I've got any other queries, it may well be that I would be looking to have those answered at that point. But can you just sort of clarify to me, this change, from what I've heard so far, appears to have occurred. It's arisen quite recently, and I'm just wondering, how firm is that revised route? How firm is that as a project? What is the likelihood and the timescales for it coming forward? And does it rely on an awful lot more funding for it to happen? And if so, is that funding available? So I suppose they're all questions around.
Yeah, I can do my best.
Certainty.
Yeah, I can do my best to answer some of those. I think if we do have to revert to Monday afternoon, which when you have a session booked aside there, I think it may be prudent that we can possibly get a colleague from our passenger transport team, which was Chris, which formulate this. However, just to pick those points up regarding the certainty and the funding and those elements, naturally, for any bus service to be operating, there is a lead in time for that, and that is for advertising the service, procuring the service, and subsequently putting it out on the road. That those elements are written into the 106 agreement. You will read that there is a 6-month prior warning notice in effect prior to occupation of the development. So that gives the highway authority the ability to go through that necessary process with the bus operators to procure the bus service. The figure in question relates to pump priming a new service for a period of 3.5 years from, as I say, from the town centre in Billericay down to Basildon over a set time period. What it also allows for is the revenue income from that to continue supporting that service. All of those justification points, Mom, are in the SIL document, SIL statement, and I'm sure that's there. But if you feel you need more information on that, I'm sure we can glean you with that over the weekend or on Monday as necessary. The figure, the 540 figure, is based on experience within the passenger transport team of a £2,500 contribution per dwelling times the number of dwellings. So obviously, if it appreciate this is outlined up to a number of 200, that would be changing naturally depending on the final numbers.
Would that sum fund the route 100%, or is it reliant upon other funding?
No, it would fund. So you're talking in ballpark figures, you are talking about £150,000 a year to fund a bus service. That's a rough rule of thumb. So the figure of 540 would fund the necessary bus service for a period of around about 3.5 years. Naturally, this could be extended with other monies potentially coming on side, but also the revenue from the service itself could continue that funding until it becomes potentially a fully commercial service.
So how sustainable would that be in the long term?
In
terms of its longevity and its viability?
I think the quick answer to that is it would be a sustainable service, bearing in mind the connection points that you're talking to. You have a Basildon town centre with employment and housing. You have a Billericay town centre with subsequent employment and housing, and the linkages between facilitate through residential areas as well. So it's not a rural service that's going through hamlets. You have quite a large footfall within close proximity to that A176 corridor that links the two strategic link links those two towns together. And naturally providing a sustainable alternative to the car. And
what, in terms of the benefit of that, who that scheme would benefit? Obviously, you're saying that route would benefit the appeal proposal.
Yes, ma'am.
What about how it connects to other residential areas in the vicinity of the site? Has it got a wider benefit?
Well, it would naturally have a wider benefit to removing vehicles and car movements off the highway network anyway, people transferring to a frequent bus service that provides along a corridor linking those two towns in question. So yes, there would be an added benefit to other people in the vicinity of the site, but primarily it is obviously related to the development site itself.
But do we have any kind of, is there any kind of mapping or anything like that, some zone of influence or anything that shows what the catchment would be for that one? Because you're talking about sort of 400, 500 metres sort of.
So yes, correct. If you're looking at the development site in question, if you are introducing a new bus service running along the western boundary of the development, which the A176 corridor is, then you are picking up the Kennel Lane proposal site within that 400 metre sphere. Bearing in mind, you've also got, as I mentioned right at the beginning of this evidence, that the northeastern corner of the site, some elements of that do lie within the 400 metres for the bus stops on the A129.
Okay. Right, I'll ask Mr. Litton. I'd like to hear what you've got to say about this.
Well, I mean, I've got a fundamental objection to start with, madam, because I mean, all this that Mr. Lawrence is now telling you about is all new evidence, and so we are already prejudiced by that. I mean, if it is the county council's case that the site is in some way not sustainable, contrary to the statement of common ground they've already entered into, including that existing bus stops are accessible, then they should have been putting in evidence to that effect, which I could have then cross-examined, and I could have asked Mr. Howard to comment on. And so it is fundamentally unfair that on the day that conditions in Section 106 are being discussed, that we hear for the first time the justification for a wholly new proposed bus route using the A167. And so if this is going to be the council's position, and I'm going to suggest that it would be further unfair that if they're given until Monday to bring someone else along to speak further to this, that is just complete subversion of the entire process. They have had months and months and months and months. They have been aware of the timetable. They knew that Mr. Howard was giving his evidence yesterday in relation to transport matters. These are matters which could and should have been put by the county council to him, so he had a proper opportunity to answer them. So there is a fundamental fairness point in relation to this, and I would suggest it's simply too late. But put that aside for the moment. Can we just actually look at the justification that's been put in the SIL compliance statement and to see the extent to which it actually meets the three tests? Because that is the evidence, the only written evidence put in belatedly in front of you. And so you'll see, madam, that it is divided into three columns. So each of those columns relates to each of the SIL tests. So the first column is the contribution necessary? Second column or middle column is it directly related to the development, including where the monies will be spent? And is it, third one, is it fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind? So I'm just concerned with the first column at the moment, i.e. necessity. And to say, my starting point is the statement of common ground agreed with the council that bus stops are located within a comfortable walking distance from the site, providing frequent services every 20 minutes in both directions to destinations including Billericay, including the railway station, Chelmsford and Basildon. And for your information, madam, if you have Mr. Howard's appendices and the figures that he attaches, figure 2 shows you that route that we're talking about and the existing bus stops. And so that is what the council has already agreed makes this site sustainable in terms of travel other than by the motor vehicle, but by the private motor car. So when the council in column 1 of the compliance statement served today starts to advance a case that actually this is not a sustainable site because bus stops are further than they should be, that is wholly contrary to the statement of common ground which they have signed, and is new evidence which is being put in belatedly to justify this contribution. We say it is factually wrong because we say that actually there are going to be dwellings within 270 metres of the existing bus stops. So the suggestion that there is no regular bus service operating within 400 metres of the site is simply wrong. So we have a fundamental issue in relation to that. So in terms of necessity, the case that's now being advanced by Essex County Council in terms of necessity flies in the face of the statement of common ground, and they need to explain that. If you then take the second column and the test is whether or not it's directly related to the development, and with respect, you've already asked some pretty pertinent questions as to the certainty of this. Well, this emerged from the ether on the 23rd of September. We had no forewarning.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Litton, I've lost sound.
No evidence before you to put on this service.
Mr. Litton, sorry, Mr. Litton, I lost sound for about the last few sentences that you were speaking. Right. Sorry.
I was turning to the second test.
You've said what the last thing that I heard you say was this evidence, the change only came to light on the 23rd of September.
Yes, so the point I'm making is that this proposal that money should be spent on a new bus service on the 176 only came to light a week ago. It has no policy basis as far as we can see. There are clearly no evidence has been put before you, madam, of how concrete these plans are. There has clearly been no discussion with the bus providers as to whether or not they would be willing to put on this service and support it. If you turn over the page to page 19, you will see that towards the bottom of the page, this service is not simply intended to deal with the impacts of the proposed development, but the council say in terms that there will be consequential benefits which are enjoyed by other locales and other residents of the borough. So we're being asked to put on a bus service which is going to be of benefit not directly or not necessarily just in relation to mitigate the impacts of our development, but of wider benefit to the region. It's also not necessary because, as the council has agreed, we are within a comfortable walking distance of an existing bus service, which has a more frequent, every 20-minute service between Billericay and Basildon. That's the existing bus service. So there is no justification advanced by the county council why an additional bus service, which is less frequent on the A176, is necessary. Madam, as far as the second column is concerned, and whether or not it's related to the development itself, as I say, I've made the points about the fact that there's no policy basis or actually any concrete plan which is before you in relation to that particular route being put on, and no discussion with bus operators. Then the third column, is it reasonable and proportionate? Well, I mean, the maths simply don't stack up. We're being asked to provide £540,000. We're told that that is by way of a calculation, 2,500 per dwelling. This application is for up to 200 dwellings. My O-level maths tells me that means it cannot exceed 500,000. And we're only being asked to, as I understand it, to provide 3.5 years of that. So the sum is less as well. There's no justification for the 2,500. We're just told that that is the council's experience. No policy basis for that in either adopted local plan or any supplementary development documents. And the question is, if Mr. Lawrence is right, and this is what I understand him to say, is this development is going to pay for the entirety of that service for 3.5 years, then how can that possibly be proportionate when in fact it's intended, according to Mr. Lawrence, to serve the wider locale? We at best, we should be paying a proportion of it. But if we're going to pay a proportion of it to mitigate the impacts of our development, where is the other funding required to meet it going to come from? You haven't heard a jot of evidence in relation to that. So, Madam, I say, I mean, without prejudice to my concerns about the fundamental fairness of the County Council coming forward at this late stage with the justification they have, when you look at what they have come forward in terms of the SIL compliance statement, it doesn't meet any of those tests. And they've had their opportunity. They shouldn't be allowed a further opportunity to have a second or third bite at the cherry. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, obviously there's a lot for me to think about there. And I want to have a few moments to myself to think about how I'm going to deal with this, because obviously the situation that we have isn't necessarily the position that I was of the understand that I had been led to believe, to be quite honest. I wasn't expecting it to be something new on the table that was being advanced. My understanding was that there was a dispute. There was a dispute, but it was over something which was a known quantity, a known issue to both sides. And it sounds from what Mr. Litton has said that this is a new, yes, albeit it's a contribution towards sustainable transport. It is. There are new elements to it, and there's not been the opportunity because of the lateness of the SIL compliance statement, the submission. There hasn't been that usual opportunity to be able to digest and respond to it within a reasonable time frame. So I'm going to adjourn for 15 minutes while I think about how we best address this. So
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. I'll now leave. I'll leave it to you whether you leave and rejoin. But this session is adjourned until 3:25. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This inquiry is resumed. Can I just check that everybody's here? We've got 8 participants. I think everybody is here. Now, apologies that I've taken a little bit longer than I anticipated to consider this, because it's important that we get a solution or a resolution to this sooner rather than later. Now, I'm going to set out what my thoughts are, and then I'll ask the appellant, Mr. Litton, and whether or not what his thoughts are. So if I just start there. So this has arisen. It's very unfortunate and quite disappointing, actually, that this has arisen, because it isn't the issue that's in hand now is not the matter that I had been made to understand. So that's the first thing. Now, it's clearly arisen because at the end of the day, deadlines haven't been met. There were strict deadlines that were set at the CMC, and they have not been met. And that isn't helpful to any public inquiry. That's the first. I think that's the first message. Now, as I've said, it isn't the issue that's which is clearly is making the appellant dissatisfied, is they've clearly not been made aware of this change. So I'm quite satisfied that it's been as much of a bolt out of the blue for the appellant as it has been for me. Now, I specifically asked in my opening as to whether or not I was to expect any new evidence, and I've also, throughout the proceedings so far, have given the opportunity for matters of housekeeping to be brought to my attention, and that's so that we can avoid situations such as what we have at the moment. Now, as it stands, from what I've heard, I've obviously had to listen to and ask questions of the County Council to get a balanced understanding on what the position is in respect to the situation that we have here with regard to the planning obligation. Now, I'm of the firm opinion that this is new evidence, and I say that it's new to me, but more crucially, it is new to the appellant, and that just can't be fair. It just is not fair at all. Yes, there's been a discussion about sustainable transport contributions, and I was aware that there was a dispute over that. But clearly, the goalposts have changed in regard to the justification for that, and that has, I have no doubt that has been of a surprise to the appellant. And also, what's disappointing is that this has all come about after we've heard the evidence from the highway, from the highway's perspective. And also it's come after the site inspection as well. So this all really leads me to conclude that it would be unfair for me to accept that justification, that planning obligation in the way that it's been presented. Now, that leaves conundrum in my mind in terms of the because at the moment we don't have the SIL statement that I have has been incomplete, and I think as we pointed out earlier on, there were some drafting errors or typographical errors in it. So I don't have a fully complete SIL compliance statement, which excludes that that planning obligation justification, that particular planning obligation justification. I don't have that. The section 106 is a little bit easier in terms of there is the blue pencil clause within that. So my thoughts to avoid a messy situation in terms of documents is that the SIL compliance statement is revised to remove the justification that is essentially new evidence. Now, it's either that planning obligation is either removed in its entirety, or the justification, at the very least, the justification is removed. And the section 106 be amended to reflect those changes to the SIL compliance statement, whatever that means. I have listened to the highway evidence and that's been provided, and the cross-examination of that. I have the statement of common ground, which clearly sets out the main parties' positions on transport matters. And I've visited the site, and I have enough before me to be able to take a view on the accessibility credentials of the site from a public transport perspective. So to conclude, my proposal is I am minded, but I'll obviously listen to the main parties on that. It would be unfair for me to accept the justification for that planning obligation, because it does constitute new evidence. So I'll let Mr. Litton speak if he's got anything to say about this matter, and any thoughts on what would be a palatable way forward for him. And I will say this is it is an unusual situation that we have found ourselves in.
Absolutely, I agree with everything you've said, Madam. Well, what I would suggest is that perhaps the County Council ought to reflect immediately as to whether or not they are going to persist with inviting you to whether the County Council is going to continue to insist that the appellant should pay £450,000 by way of this transport contribution, in light of what you've said. If they persist in asking for that contribution, they do so in the knowledge that you have ruled that this new evidence and the justification they've put forward in the latest version of the SIL compliance statement is not going to be admitted, which means that there is no justification for their contribution that they have requested, which means I would suggest in reality that if you are asked by them to continue to consider including it, you won't have much choice but to exercise the blue pencil clause to exclude it, because there isn't any justification. So the simplest and neatest way of dealing with this is for the County Council to now accept that they should not be insisting on payment of that money. Now, I don't ask them to say that immediately, But I would have thought that if they are given until perhaps Monday to reflect on that, they will reach the right conclusion.
Now, I know that the Borough Council has deferred this to the County Council sort of earlier on, but I just want to ask if they have anything that they wish to say about this.
No, Madam, we agree with your analysis.
Now, I don't want to really put Mr. Lawrence on the spot there, because obviously
it's quite all right, Mum. I'm used to it.
I think what I would ask that you do is that you've obviously heard what I've said, and you've heard what's been said by others within this discussion, and that you go away and as an organisation reflect on what's been said, and liaise with the council, the Borough Council, to so that they're able to finalise their still compliance statement. That is what
Certainly
I would
will do, Mum. Yeah, I obviously, if I just may take a few points that I can pick up from that. Obviously, it's been referenced here this afternoon in the meeting that the lateness of the figure being provided to yourself and the appellant. I would draw the appellant's attention to an email that came from his own highways consultants in July, which made reference to that figure, that they'd already had information received from Basildon Planning Authority, from Mr. Humphreys, following those early discussions. So they were made aware of it. And in addition to that, I'd also like to just possibly through yourself pass it back to Basildon slightly, which says within Basildon's IDP, there were two figures that were identified for contributions. Forgive me, I can't remember exactly the figures, but about 240,000 and 370, something along those lines. And it was agreed with the applicant that one of those figures was in lieu of the highway improvements that were being undertaken, the new cycleway facility that runs parallel to the 176. And we agreed that instead of that contribution being made, that the works would be in lieu of that. And that still left a figure of circa 300 and something thousand, forgive me, I don't have it in front of me at this time, which would have been for passenger transport improvements. So all through the process, those figures and the request for contributions has been taking place between Basildon Borough Council, because I know Mr. Humphreys did that conversation, and myself and Ben Howard, who is the appellant's highways consultant. So it has been out there. It hasn't just turned up on the 23rd of September and landed on the desk of Mr. Litton, or it may have landed on his desk at that time, but it's definitely been around prior to that. But obviously, I will take on board what you've said, Madam. We'll take it away at the weekend. I will liaise with my colleagues in the passenger transport function, and then following the meeting today, when you decide when you still want feedback to Basildon colleagues in Basildon to review that SIL statement appropriately.
Okay.
Madam, sorry, could I just say, so there's no misunderstanding, we have been aware, and I've drawn your attention already to the email dated the 11th of May, that we were being asked for £540,000. We're aware that we're being asked for that sum of money. We have been asking why. What is the justification for all that? The original justification was to partly fund a new bus route through H17. Our complaint is that it was only on the 23rd that the justification for that 450 has completely changed to something completely different. In other words, a new bus route along the 176. And the justification for that has only been provided today. So yes, we have been aware that we're being asked for over £500,000. The criticism is that the council has been unable to articulate on what basis they're entitled to ask that, how it is still compliant till today.
Yeah, I fully understand the position. In terms of the 106, I will leave it to the main parties, to determine how best to deal with that. There is the blue pencil clause, which I'm happy to, or there's the option that that planning obligation is stripped out. But something needs to be done, because I need a complete and signed document, and I need that document, and I want that document. I think I've said earlier, I think we were saying two weeks, and this is precisely the reason why I like to have and ask for the document signed, so I've got it, so you don't end up with situations like this. So,
well, I agree, madam, and I mean, I think it would certainly be neater to say, if the county council can reflect on this, and they can let us know as soon as possible, ideally Monday morning. I'm sure Mr. Smith can just excise the relevant clause relating to the sustainable transport contribution, so that you have a complete and clean, if not executed, copy of the document before we close on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. And I will, as I've said earlier, I have evidence in front of me, and I've conducted my site visit, and I'll make my own assessment on the accessibility credentials of the site based upon the evidence that I do have and that's been accepted to the inquiry, just to make that point clear. So with that, sorry, Mr. Smith.
Sorry, yes, we will of course make the amendments. Well, we will also make the amendments we discussed earlier around the contribution definitions, and then I will recirculate the 106. It will obviously depend on whether the county council, the position that the county council returns to at the start of next week. Can I just clarify, madam, when you say 2 weeks, are we talking 2 weeks from today or 2 weeks from?
Well, I had a request for 2 weeks from closing. I expressed at the opening, which you wouldn't have been present at, I don't think. I did express concerns about that projected period, and I had suggested a week was a reasonable period, but that was based on the understanding that it is merely signatures required, and there's 110% certainty that those signatures will be provided.
Yeah, I mean,
normally in normal circumstances we should have, it is always best practice to have the signed document, so that I know that I have something that will not change, that will not change. And I think today demonstrates the point perfectly as to why the planning inspectorate set the deadlines that they do. And I do try to accommodate, and I do realise that when people are in different places or there's lots of parties, that it's sometimes difficult to get signatures or get everybody in the room at the same time to sign. And I try to reflect that in giving some flexibility, but definitely I will be saying that it needs to be all within a week of closing. And I'm given the circumstances,
the 14th,
very, very set on that.
So 14th of October, is that correct?
It will be, well, closing is, get my programme. Closing is the 7th, yes. So it'll be the 14th. It will be the 14th. And I'm happy to have electronic copy will be sufficient, as long as everything is clear, and that if there's any colour, if there's any colouring the colouring's clear as well. I think in relation to this agreement, there's only the plans, and they seem to be, from what I've seen, they seem clear. I have had situations before where somebody used 3 shades of green that all look the same on an electronic copy. So just bear in mind what it looks like on the electronic copy.
Sorry, in that case, Madam, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Inspector, sorry, can we just confirm those dates? Because I know County is still on the line, and Cook's gone, but County only actually engross 1 day a week, and that's on a Wednesday. So can we just relay the dates again for getting the 106 sorted?
It was Wednesday the 14th.
Friday the 14th.
Friday the 14th.
Friday the 14th. Because I honestly don't think County will be able to get it sorted out on that. When I think you will need a.
We seal on the Wednesdays, which is the 12th. I've already written that date down, Christine.
So we'd need to. Friday will be all right. Also talking. So the 14th is Friday then. Yes,
Wednesday's the 12th. But if there's that is disappointing. That is disappointing as well. That because it all just adds to the delay, and that delay does impact upon the report. You know, because I'll need to prepare my report, and obviously I need to have a signed document to be able to.
I mean, from the borough council position, also be done in time. It's just the fact the county council they only engross 1 day a week, and that's on a Wednesday. So the 14th, the Friday, will be the best day to have everything submitted, because then we've got the Essex's positions correct on it.
So I've got a firm undertaking from everybody that heaven and earth will be moved to get that to me for the 14th of October.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Madam, if I could just say that if Mr. Lawrence is able to come back to us on Monday, I have the County Council on Wednesday next week to be sealed, so they can seal it first, and then it's done. You know, that would be the best way to avoid any last minute panics.
Okay,
appreciate that. In the same words as the inspector, I likewise will try and make heaven move with earth somewhere in County Hall. Whether it meets together will be a different thing. And I'll arrange that for Monday. But yeah, unfortunately, the ceiling for us is the Wednesdays. But I can liaise with Anne when she's back in on Monday, and subsequently with our legal function as well to make that move along.
And then, James, we can seal any day. So if you then just let me know what day, and we do have the facilities to be able to scan it in, if that helps. So it doesn't need to come back to you to get an electronic version created. We can do that.
Okay, well, I'll leave that. I think the message was loud and clear that this needs to be resolved and addressed, and it's the same with obviously the SIL compliance statement. I don't see any reason why that needs to be delayed until the 14th of October. That could come in. I would expect that to be before closing. Okay, thank you. Now, just to check where we are, I'm just going to first of all check, because we were, in terms of time, people's time, I know it's a Friday afternoon. We should have been, we're over now in terms of the programme. It would be my preference to get this session finished. But I just want to check in respect to, I think we're there or thereabouts with the planning obligation, so it'll be moving on to the planning conditions, and I just want to check, is there any reason why we can't press on till maybe it's 5:15?
I think we should, Madam. Okay,
and the council, Mr. Smith.
I may need to leave, I'm afraid, around about 5 o'clock, but I'm not sure I'm needed for all of the conditions discussion.
You may not be. I think they're more. I mean, the matters of wording, but I would expect that they're matters that, no disrespect, that others may be able to assist with if you need to leave.
I just didn't want you to take offence if I disappear.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for alerting me to that. And so in terms of the section 106, I don't have any other questions at all. And just something that I always like to say when I conclude on planning obligations is just to draw your attention to the fact that the enforcing authority needs to keep a copy, well, the original legal agreement. Any copies that with the planning inspectorate will be disposed of within 3 years, so you couldn't rely upon the planning inspectorate to provide you with a copy. So that's just a word of caution that you would need to retain that should the appeal succeed. Is there anything that anybody wishes to say about the planning obligations before we move on to planning conditions?
No, thank you. Just thank you, Mr. Smith, for his assistance today.
Yes, thank you. Is there anybody that needs to leave now that won't be involved in the planning conditions? I'm quite happy for you to leave. I don't know whether Mr. Lawrence, are you?
There are a couple of them that are highways related, Mom.
Right, okay.
And like Mr. Smith, not that I'm going with Mr. Smith at 5 o'clock, but I will also have to jump off at 5 o'clock as well.
Well, we'll try yeah. Well, what I'm planning to do with this second half of the session, which is, shall we say, hopefully it's just a third of the session, because if it was, we'd be running till about 7 o'clock if it was the second half. So I have in front of me the final draft of the planning conditions, which I understand is ID 7. And that's the copy that was provided yesterday. We established that earlier on today. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that I have definitely got the correct version. First of all, thank all of everybody who's been involved in responding to my initial observations about the list of conditions. And I can see that there has been positive change made to the schedule to reflect those where it was appropriate to do so. And I'm also aware that there are notes for me in relation to certain matters that I had queried. So again, that's very helpful, and that will speed up this part of the session. So I'm going to just deal with them, got the conditions in the order that they come. Actually, what I'll do first of all, Mr. Lawrence, I'll just check the highways ones to see if there's anything in particular, because then I'll bring those up to the front. Okay, because I'm just going to deal with them by exception where I have a query. So in terms, if we can turn to conditions 19, 20, 21, 22. So they are all relating to public footpath upgrades, walking, cycling infrastructure, bus infrastructure. The way that those conditions are worded prior to occupation of the proposed residential development, is that prior to first occupation, last occupation, midway occupation? I just, in terms of certainty, I'd be interested to understand why it isn't what is meant by prior to occupation, or whether it should be more specific.
Yeah, apologies, Mum. In this situation, it is first occupation.
Happy with that?
Except for the one that actually
Except, yes. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, that's walking, cycling, but 19 and 20, yeah. Oh, not very good.
Unless otherwise stated, Mum.
Mr. Litton, would you have any?
No, Madam, I think that applies to conditions 19 and 20. 21 does have a trigger, it's the 50th dwelling.
Yes, that one. Yeah, I was going to ask why 50. And
yes, that's 21.
From our perspective, Mum, that's the way the site's developed out and where that area in question is along the A176 corridor. The northern element of the site, and I'm sure the appellant will probably put a bit more meat on the bones here for you, but the northern element of the site will not be developed out until later in the phasing. So it's to ensure that when that northwestern corner of the development proposal is built and subsequently occupied, then the residents there will have that connection which facilitates the link to the north to the town centre.
okay. So the others should be first.
That's correct, Mum.
That's 50th. And the same with the condition 22 as well. That would be, is that first occupation?
And Mum, could I also say that probably should apply to condition 15 as well, which is construction works.
Yes. Yeah, actually, to be quite honest, it's something that's through, it's a theme that runs through quite a few of the conditions. So that would be something that where it runs through, because it also, it's 15, 16, 17. 18. Yes, it's all of that. It's, I think, apart from 21, which specified 50th dwelling, the remainder of them didn't specify.
No, just to confirm, Madam, we're happy in relation to all those conditions which currently say prior to occupation, for it to say prior to first occupation, the exception being condition 21, which does have the 50th dwelling trigger.
Yeah. And you're happy with the 50th dwelling, presumably?
Yes,
trigger.
we are.
That works, right? Okay. Okay, thank you. Just check to see if there was anything else with the highway related. Now this is just again, this is a bit of a common theme through. I recall that some of the conditions, including 20, refer to an in-principle drawing, and I think my initial thoughts had been that I'd asked why or should those in-principle drawings be included within condition 4, which is the approved plans and documents. Just something that sort of sprung to my mind since then is those are in principle documents, and the will there be a tension with the conditions if at reserve matter stage that some change was proposed to the layout, say, that affected the ability to complete the development in conformity with the in principle drawings. Mr. Litton, you're on mute, I think. Possibly, I can't hear.
I was on mute, but I wasn't talking directly to the inquiry. I was talking to those around me. But I think that the point I was making, actually, and I'm happy to share it, is that condition 4 requires the development to be completed in accordance with certain documents. As you quite rightly identified, condition 20 refers to 2 of those documents. So there is.
Oh, sorry, you've just dropped out of my audio.
Drawings, so and so. I would suggest that in principle is deleted, and if there is a minor amendment that needs to be required, that can be done through the legislation.
So in principle?
I don't think it adds anything.
No.
Because we're already required to complete it in accordance with the development on those plans as per condition 4.
Okay, so that relates. I think there were more. There was another couple of conditions I think were affected by that. So that principle. Has the council got anything to respond to on that, or is satisfied that that stripping out the term in principle?
Yes, so we're happy with that, Madam.
Just so it's just shown in drawings.
Actually, what I should have mentioned at the sorry, which I normally do at the beginning of this session, is someone keeping a note of the agreed changes so that they can be sent through to me. I'm making my own note, but it would be useful for somebody else to keep that note, to keep a note, have that agreed between the parties, and then sent on to me.
Yes, Madam, we're making note of the changes and updating our draft.
I should have said that, but with the.
Yes, what I anticipate, Madam, is that a revised agreed schedule reflecting the comments that come out of this discussion will be circulated and provided to you on Monday.
Yes, lovely, thank you. Okay. In terms of condition 22, which is bus infrastructure enhancements, this condition describes the location of the areas to be improved, where the improvements would happen. My question is the location of these clear enough to the reader, given we don't have a plan?
I suppose the answer to that is they're clear enough to me, Madam, but obviously I'm the highway authority who knows where those shelters are. They do define the location.
I'm just thinking that obviously the applicant the developer could change, the personnel could change, in terms of in council personnel. And just wondering, is it clear? Is it clear enough? Is it reasonably clear to the reader to know where?
Yeah, Ma'am, can I chip in? Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, they're existing bus stops, and they've identified the nearest roads to which they intersect. So hopefully, it's clear to the reader which bus stops they're referring to.
Yeah.
Madam, I just add to that the works that are being proposed as contemplated by condition 22 are attached and shown in the drawings. attached to the statement of common ground with the county council. So there are actually drawing numbers if you think it's clearer.
If we can link it, I think that if it can be linked to a plan, that would be my preference. So I'll leave it for you to arrive at a suggested plan reference. Just I'm not see if there are any more highway related conditions that I had to. Condition 14, that does include reference to provision of car parking, blue badge parking, electric charging points, etc. That was I think they had been conditions in their own right, and they've been my request. They've been or suggestion. They've been moved into condition 14. And we've got the what we call the in principle drawings relating to highway matters. They are now included within the approved plans documents list in condition 4 as well, and that was for clarity. So I think that seems to be all of the highway related conditions. And unless there's any other conditions that are relevant to you, Mr. Lawrence, I'm quite happy if you need for you to depart at whatever point you need to.
That's most kind, Ma'am. Thank you very much. May I just take the opportunity to thank you and all the colleagues around the table and wish you all an enjoyable weekend.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks. Bye.
So just going back, so I'm just going to start from the beginning. So condition 4, can I just check that have all of the plans that are listed in condition 4, have they been consulted upon or been available during the determination period? So I'll ask the council that really question for the council.
Ma'am, the only two that won't have been will have been the two we're adding in relation to the ones that sit alongside the statement of common ground, and that is the ones that show the location of the bus stops. But the bus stops are actually existing, so really, yeah. In terms of it wouldn't impact the anybody in terms of not having seen those documents beforehand.
Yeah.
So the statements have been available, so that they haven't, so residents can have a chance to look at them, and they're just reiterating what the current situation is really.
Have you got anything to add to that, Mr. I'll refer to Mr. Litton, but anybody on Mr. Litton's team, obviously, that's here.
I'm not sure I've got very much to add to that. I mean, clearly, that say the drawings that are intended to be referenced now in condition 20, is it 22? Sorry, were attached to the statement of common ground, which was signed in the end of July 2022. So even if they weren't available for consultation during the application process, they have clearly been available for people to look at during the appeal process.
Yeah.
I think the only other thing to say is there was, as you know, Madam, an updated parameter plan, which was a building heights parameter plan, sorry. So that's drawing 1297 spot 08B, which superseded the earlier building heights parameter plan and reduced the height from, in some cases, 3 stories to 2 to 2.5.
Yes.
Again, that is a document which has been, circulating now for quite some time.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just confirm that then? So we're looking to change the drawing number that we've got on the draft conditions in front of us, which says drawing number 1297.05A land use parameter plan, to one that says drawing 1297.05B. Is that right?
No, I'm talking about the building heights parameter plan. All I'm saying is that the original building heights parameter plan was superseded by the document that's identified in condition 4. The change was reducing the height of some of the 3-story buildings down to 2 to 2.5.
Yeah, it's already, that's already in condition 4. We've got that already.
Yes, I know.
That says 8B.
All I'm saying is I'm answering the inspector's question, which was, were these documents available during the consultation of the application? The answer to that is no, because the document in condition 4 superseded the one that was circulating at the time of the application.
Sorry, Miss Linton, I lost you. Sorry about that. I get your point now. Thank you very much for your confirmation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to ask this question because I have to, but I think I do know the answer to it. The prior to commencement conditions that we have, I just want to double check with the appellant that they have all been agreed as pre-commencement conditions.
They have been agreed, madam, so we're content with those.
Okay. Just in relation to condition 5, this will be really directed to the council. This is where it refers to details of a nominated developer, resident liaison representative. It's just that part of that sentence doesn't read right to me. It could be a little bit confusing. So what it says is details of a nominated developer stroke resident liaison representative with an address and contact telephone number to be circulated to those residents consulted on the application by the developer's representatives. So it's that bit, those residents consulted on the application by the developer's representatives. Should it not read those residents that were consulted by the council, not the developers' representatives? It's just a bit confusing.
Yeah, you're correct. That's correct, Miss Malm. I'd remove the words by the developers' representatives. Yeah.
And the other thing is that you may have had residents that were directly consulted by letter, but you may have had residents who were made aware and responded to the application through a site notice or the press notice. So I'm just a little bit nervous about that wording. Should it really be those residents that were consulted? Does it need to be more? Is there a better form of wording that could be used? Because it's those residents that because of the proximity to the site could be affected.
Ma'am, in terms of GDPR, we'd have access to residents that we've previously consulted on, because we'd have, that's just an address point. So we can do who we've consulted on previously, we can reconsult on. If we had, so that would be I'm not sure how many we did this time round. So we can do those again. and that doesn't go into the realms of GDPR. But I think if we start pulling out individual addresses, we get into GDPR issues. Yeah. So I think what maybe it just says is so to those residents sort of the application,
yes,
and we leave it at that, because then we don't get into any realms of
exactly. Yeah.
For the we could put in for. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll leave that with you.
Sorry, madam. Can I'm just going to add my halfpenny's worth. I'm not sure that deleting the words by the developer's representative helps very much, because the intention, as I understand it, is that it would be the developer who would circulate to the residents who have been consulted. It's not circulating to residents that had been consulted by the developer's representatives. So if you just delete those words, there is no obligation on any party actually to circulate that.
There's something not right with it though, because I don't think the words it's probably the right words in the wrong order or something. There's something, it's not, in my mind, the way I'm reading it.
I mean, the question is, I mean, is it even necessary? I mean, does it actually meet the test for conditions? I have to confess, I've never seen a requirement of that nature before. But I mean, I think it was proposed by the council, we agreed to it. But now I'm looking at it, I do ask the question: how does it meet the test for conditions?
Is it not? The developer must circulate details.
Is this something that the council does as a matter of course with larger developments?
I mean, sorry, Mrs. Fletcher, we do use this. I think there's two things. One, there's actually, it does make sense if after application you put a comma and then it says by the developer's representatives, that then works. It is actually part of the considerate constructors process. And then the other option is that they put outside the site, they put those details for any other resident. So I think we do use it. I think the problem is that there's a comma missing after application, then it reads correct.
Okay.
So it's not overzealous, and it's not unreasonable. It's basically a part of the considerate constructors requirements that either you nominate and you tell developers tell residents what they're doing, and they leave a number attached to one of the hoardings that residents can call as well. So I think it's part of that process. But if you are going to use it, it just needs a comma after application, and then by the resident, then it makes sense.
Right. Okay. We'll leave that like that then, and I'll consider that.
Madam, can I just say that the alternative way, if it meets the test at all, is you just move by the developer's representatives to immediately after the word circulated. So it reads details of a nominated developer, etc., with an address and contact phone number to be circulated by the developer's representatives to those residents consulted on the application.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to say something for obviously this is an agreed schedule, so I'm working on the basis that both the parties have already looked at the conditions that are on this schedule and have agreed that they meet the tests, and they agree and they're agree. That's my starting point. That's where I am with it. So if there is any disagreement, obviously I need to know about it, but I'm working on the basis that this is already an agreed schedule. Just in terms of B then, the approved CMP, SWMP and the CLP shall be implemented, and I think it should be, I'm wondering whether it should be in full for the entire period of the works, just for clarity.
Yeah, that's fine, Mum, we'll have that.
Yeah. Then moving on to conditions 8, 9 and 10, which relate to contamination. Actually, 8, 9, no, 7, 8 and 9, sorry. Is there any reason why they are all separate conditions? Is there some practical reason why they haven't been combined? I'm thinking particularly, would 8 and 9, could the 8 and 9 be combined? Is there any merit?
These are standard conditions that we use, and they come from environmental health, and so
okay,
if you want to merge them, they can be merged.
No, just if it is just the standard sort of thing, I'll leave them the way that they are. It's just that obviously sometimes you end up with duplication of wording where you maybe can say something in less words, but we'll just leave them if they've come from environmental health. In terms of condition 10, point D, this refers to the completion of the field work. And my reading of that is, the first thing I ask myself is which field work? I'm not 100% certain I'm clear whether it's field work that's mentioned earlier on in the condition. So I think that just needs to be clarified or cross-referenced. So I don't know whether the field work is the written scheme of investigation, which if it is, it would be better to use the same term rather than introducing another term. Would the council like to?
So, Mum, this is a condition that comes straight from Essex County Council. We'll check on that word. I think it relates to the work that sits above it in other conditions, but we'll get that checked.
I just want to check because it's just with it being it does say field. It just begs the question: is it the same? So if you could clarify that would be helpful.
That's not a problem.
So in terms of the surface water drainage scheme and flood risk condition 11, I'm just thinking in light of the interested parties' concerns, I think we heard from Councillor Moore on Tuesday. I just want to double check with the council that you are satisfied that there is scope for an appropriate scheme to be delivered so that this condition can be discharged. Because obviously when you're setting conditions, you've got to have there's got to be a reasonable prospect that the developer is going to be able to comply with them.
Mum, we are not the lead flood authority. Essex County Council are on that. So this is a standard condition that they've given us. So so from the local planning authority's position, we were told that the development was acceptable subject to this condition. So hopefully it could be resolved, mediated through this condition. So
the council have satisfied themselves through the consultation process that
is correct, yes.
An appropriate, and there isn't any dispute between the parties are recognised in relation to that. But I just wanted to check that.
I guess just if you need comfort, as you probably are aware, there was a flood risk assessment that was submitted with the application. Indeed, there was a subsequent addendum as well, and that is what the county council, as the lead local flood authority, would have considered. And that actually is referenced in Part C of that condition as well. So there is, as it were, an evidential base for the county council to be satisfied that it can be delivered.
Okay. Thank you. We've got another prior to occupation in B of that condition. So that needs to be clarified. Is it first occupation? I would.
Yes, noted, Mum, we'll change that.
Yeah. There is some text at the end of B, that last sentence, which to me reads as if it's an informative, and I don't use informatives. So if it's a requirement, it needs to be reworded so that it reads as a requirement. If it's just an informative, it needs to be stripped out.
I think you're correct. It's an informative. Yeah, it needs taken out of the condition.
Yeah. Because presumably the scheme has to be approved by the local authority, and if it doesn't meet that, whatever the most up-to-date criteria is, then you wouldn't be agreeing it, presumably.
Correct, Mum.
Oh, yeah. The C refers to the approved flood risk assessment by Odyssey, and that is actually in condition 4 now. So
that is correct.
I don't think that it's necessary. C is necessary anymore. Because condition 4 already requires it to be completed in accordance with that document. So I think that can be stripped out.
Noted.
The service water drainage scheme and flood risk construction phase condition 12, that to me, the heading doesn't seem, it seems to be a bit misleading, because my reading of this condition is it's about off-site works. Rather than construction phase. Because so I think that needs to be addressed.
I think what the condition is dealing with, and if you read the reasons for the condition, it's dealing with the change in impact on the site and how that then may affect water flow off-site. Mm-hmm. It's all about compaction, it's all about water soil storage. So it's actually about the impact of the construction on site to ensure that it doesn't create off-site flooding. So I think it actually relates to, it is a red line relates to the application site, but it's making sure that what you don't do on the application site impacts anything off-site. So it's that what you shouldn't do is block up water courses and allow, because obviously there's to ensure discharge continues, and also to so I think it's to do with that, and also that you don't allow anything to leach from this site that then cause problems off-site. So it's actually more about the impact of this site on everything else. I think it's actually quite clear on that one.
Let me just say that you shouldn't if you.
And again, as the local authority haven't raised issue, local planning authority haven't raised any issue from a surface water off-site perspective.
Definitely not.
It's the same question again, that you're satisfied that the scope for this condition to be
I think this is another one that the lead for the flood authority have requested on sites where you've got watercourses existing.
Okay.
Madam, sorry, I think we do need to be clear about this. I mean, this condition clearly can't commit us to doing works off-site. We can do works on-site, for example, ensuring that material isn't stored in a way that causes off-site flooding. We can't be required to undertake works off-site in relation to watercourses.
I mean, sorry, Mr. Linton, it doesn't say that. The reasons for the condition are very clear, aren't they? The condition relates to within the red line, and what the condition is there to protect is to ensure that anything you do on site does not impact anything off site. It's not actually relating to any works off site. It's pure. If you read the reasons for the condition, it is quite clear. The fact that you're trying, and that's why it's been put on, is to make sure that what the development doesn't do, and what we have had to happen in our borough, is where developments go forward and watercourses are blocked through the wrong movement of soil and soil storage. So I think the condition is quite. I mean, it's the lead for the flood authority have required it, but I think actually where you've got watercourses on site, it's quite an important condition.
Yeah, I'm not doubting the importance of the condition, as long as it's clear that we're not going beyond that. It may be that the first sentence of the reason provides the justification for the condition. I'm not sure that everything that follows after the first sentence is actually reason to be more informative.
Okay, I can take a view on that. In terms of condition 13, this is the reptile mitigation strategy. C. So this mitigation strategy, the reptile mitigation strategy, shall be implemented in accordance with the approved details, and all features shall be retained in the manner thereafter. My question is, we don't seem to have like a time limit for the implementation, or is it that you've F, which is the timetable, because you've got the timetable agreed, you don't need to have that. In C, we don't need to refer to a sort of trigger point.
So we can go and have a look at that, because you're quite right. I think also it doesn't need it should end shall be retained, and then it either refers back to little f, the timelines agreed at little f, the timetable agreed at little f. We'll look at that. I think again this is a standard condition that's used by our consultants to do with ecology. So I'll look at that. It's it either ends at shall be retained full stop, or retained in accordance with. We can do that.
Yeah, it just needs something to make it.
Yeah, that's fine. We can sort that out.
And thank you for the explanation regarding the licensing in terms of the question that I'd asked about that. And thank you for consolidating a number of conditions into condition 14. Just with, I've picked up a typo on I, should be details, not detailed.
Yes, noted.
Yeah. And I'll just question why that is necessary, given that you've got you've part of the condition 14 is already controlling external surfaces, and we haven't got a condition that requires any living or brown roofs.
You're quite right, Mr. Inspector. We'll look at subject to the Mr. Litton not wanting it in. We can happily take that that out. Not a problem with that one at all.
And then just at the bottom of that condition, the development shall carried out in accordance with the approved details. But again, we don't have an end date or a by when. That just needs to be. But that may well link to the reserve matter, so I don't know how we quite deal with that. But that needs to be thought about.
Mr. Spector, that we picked up, it's a reserve, these are matters to be submitted with the reserve matters, so therefore they will all be subject to their own.
Well, actually, I don't think you need that. The development should be
carried out.
Yeah. You don't need that. That's
No,
what's complete. That's what's thrown
it's
me.
just, yeah, that's the, yeah. That needs to come out, doesn't it? You're quite right.
Yeah.
It ends the last one, isn't it? That's right. Yeah. We can remove that. That's right. So we're going to remove big I and the N and then the yeah, we'll remove that. That's fine. That's great.
Yeah, because then because those details and the implementation of those will be agreed through the reserve matters, and they'll be subject to the reserve matter. Any further reserve matter conditions won't this time scale. So right. We've looked at 15. Just have a look, because I'm onto the prior to occupation conditions, and we've already talked about adding in first occupation at appropriate points. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else that I wanted to pick up on any of these conditions.
Ma'am, I see we've got the word in principle mentioned again, condition 15 on the third line.
Yes. So that'll need to be stripped out of all of the. It's all of the conditions that refer to those in principle drawings. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just pick up an issue with condition 16?
Yeah.
Condition 16 is the provision of amenity space, and there's just two. We've got 2 points there. A says prior to first occupation development, rah, and B says the approved details shall be implemented prior to occupation of development part of development. Are we happy with those two?
It'll be because at the moment you're right in that B doesn't have. It's just prior occupation. I don't. The relevant part of the development. I know what it's getting at. It's getting at if the top was developed first, you'd make sure that the appropriate provision that related to that part of that phase of the development would happen. So I
think that the problems are the fact that we'd probably want to agree with the developer before the first occupation, the full details of the amenity and communal spaces, because we wouldn't want to receive that at the point of, because it said prior to first occupation, full details should be, so we need to see that. It should just say the details should be submitted, and then the B should be the approved should be implemented in accordance with the timelines. Shall we look at that condition? I think it just needs to be tidied. Actually,
I've got a note next to it asking myself, why is it not being included as part of condition 14?
Yeah.
That might be the way to address it.
Yeah, we'll look at if Mr. Liston's happy with that. We'll just move that one over into condition 14. No response.
And obviously change the those references to prior to occupation.
Yeah, we can deal with that one. With condition 17, we had some problems about how we put this into the into condition 14, and we couldn't break this one down into a requirement to fit into condition 14. Unless Mr. Litton's got any comments he can make to help us assist us with that.
This condition 17.
Yeah. Condition 16 is easy to lift and shift. Condition 17 is a bit harder because it's quite a meaty condition. But I don't know whether there's anything Mr. Litton can help us with.
My thoughts on this one, that it was quite long for what it was actually trying to achieve, and a bit repetitive. And in terms of, I had a number of questions. I've got a number of questions about. So, firstly, you've got prior to occupation. There's things that need to be done prior to occupation, and the things that would need, you wouldn't want to be leaving it till prior to. You'd want it before, prior to occupation. I would have thought in terms of timescales. And then I'm wondering whether A and B, are they the same? Are they not one and the same thing?
What 14 could ask for is it just could ask for a secure by design statement. To be submitted with the that basically seeks reasonable endeavours to achieve gold award, and then it would be for the reserved matters application to then go into the other details, wouldn't it? So I think all you need is to transfer a version of A into 14, and then the other 3 matters would be then followed up with your reserved matters application, because that we could then ask for the post construction review, couldn't we? Just to do that, we can look at that one as well. So we look at moving 16 and 17 into 14 as reduced reduced conditions. That's fine.
Yeah, because I think the way that it's the 17's worded, the way that I had read it, there were. My question is, what would happen in B? What would happen if it failed to achieve it? Because the gate would have already closed. You would have already built the thing, and be in breach of the condition, and it doesn't seem to sit very well, I don't think, in terms of the timescales for having agreed or done particular things.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll look at moving the A into 14, and then the reserve matters can deal with how we then look at the post-construction review. And all we're looking for actually is, that's why we've used the word reasonable endeavours, because we've had problems with compliance with gold before. So we use reasonable endeavours now, because not all schemes can actually hit gold for construction reasons. That's fine. We can do that one as well. Okay,
and then my only thing there would be reasonable endeavours. It's like what is reasonable to one person might not be to another, so it's a little bit woolly. That would be the only concern there with that phrase of reasonable endeavours. I suppose it's been demonstrated that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that there's been reasonable endeavours.
Yeah.
Or another form of word. It just feels a bit woolly.
Okay, we can look at that.
I think I could see that condition down the line. If you ran into a problem, it wouldn't be the most helpful of conditions.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Now, this will just, in terms of my knowledge of communal televisions and satellite systems and internet and all of that at the moment, I'm just going to ask the question. This is to secure service for flats. Do flats need to have antennae or satellite dish when we've got a condition on superfast broadband?
Mum, we've got no policy requirements for this condition either. It was part of our old our emerging plan requirements under the design, so we just take it out.
Yeah.
21, 22 done.
We've talked about 19, 20, 21, 22. So just in terms of the condition 24, super fast broadband, I'm taking it super fast broadband is a definition of a type of broadband. Speed.
It is, but we can just check whether it's going to be a continued definition. So we'll just check the definition.
Yeah, that's where I was coming to, because because obviously things move on quite quickly, don't they? So it might well be that super fast is it's too restrictive because things may have moved on. It could become out of date.
Yeah, we can.
And the other thing
look at that one. Yeah.
Is it possible in the area as well? I don't know what connectivity is like in the Billericay area in terms of internet connectivity, wider internet connectivity. Really,
we'll have a look at that. And if Mr. Litton, if you could actually speak to the appellants, and if they've got any information on that we could then put into that condition, that'd be quite useful.
Well, as I understand it, this is a condition proposed by the council. So,
okay, we'll Ma'am, we'll resolve that ourselves. No problem.
Right. Okay. I think it's easily resolvable. I think it just needs a little bit of thought. It's about being reasonable, isn't it? And is there a policy? Is there actually a policy basis for this?
This was there's a financial contribution required for the development from Essex County Council
for the library. Yeah.
We've taken it on sites where they are distanced from the library or the existing library, that we've asked for super broadband, because it does this. It does the same thing, and it equates to a access to learning for all.
No, understood. Yeah. Right, I've had your note in relation to the optional standards in terms of accessibility, adaptability, water efficiency. I just check with the appellant that, I mean, I've presumed that because this was an agreed list of conditions, that you agree with these optional standards, because there's no local policy requirement.
Sorry, you dropped out ever so slightly. Were you asking us to confirm?
Mr. Litton, yes.
Well,
because the note tells me that there's no local policy requirement, but it's been agreed with your client.
Yeah. Well, I can't add to that, I'm afraid.
No, but the situation hasn't changed, I think, is what I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The situation hasn't changed. The position hasn't changed.
No.
Okay, I'll take a view on that. I think we're on the home front. Now, with regard to condition 27, and this is in accordance with ecological appraisal recommendations, I'm not certain that this condition is necessary because of condition 4.
You are correct, Ma'am, we can remove the condition.
Yeah. In terms of condition 28, now this is the time limit before further ecological surveys are required. I am struggling with the wording on this one. The first sentence, really, because I've read the note for the inspector, which I understand in terms of which explains about the 12 to 18 month time period and the 18 month to 3 year period. So I understand that. But it's if the development hereby approved does not commence within 18 months from the date of the survey results, they'll need to be reviewed and where necessary amended and updated. Now, I think you amend it or you update it. We don't need the two words. We don't need the amended and updated. You either do one or the other. But where I'm not quite clear is whether that does not commence within 18 months is the right phraseology, because 18 months has already passed since we're more than 18 months on from when these studies were conducted. So essentially they fall within that 18 month to 3 year time period now. So they would definitely have to be revisited. So I feel as if the condition is a little bit out of step with what is the reality.
Mom, you're completely right. The condition basically, in its own saying, means the fact that we need to do a new the development before we doesn't this go to 14? And doesn't this require, before, as a reserved matter stage, you need to do a further update to the ecological impact assessment? So shouldn't it be a requirement of reserved matter stage that before that a further ecological survey is undertaken in accordance with the one undertaken in 2020? That would then make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a look at that again. So I think that should be.
We'll have a look at that, because that one was sort of exercising my brain, and I be quite honest, how to sort of.
It's actually it's a reserved matter stage application, isn't it? Because basically it's saying that,
condition 4 as well.
We'll have a look at whether we. No, I think you still refer to the document, so the document's still right. But then you're saying that if the document's still there, because that's your base mark is that document. But you're saying that if as a reserved matter stage, you have to review that document and then update it. I can deal with that. It's fine.
Yeah, because we're definitely within we're beyond that 80. We're in that 18 month to 3 year period. Is my understanding. I mean, that's still one of the questions that I did have was whether or not you can actually, is it a problem that the studies are of the age that they are now, because of the process that
I think
the determination and then the appeals process that had to go through. But I think because it was still within sort of the 3 year limit, it's reasonable to we've got the
baseline document from 2020, which is the baseline, and then what the reserved matters would say is based on the baseline document from 2020, I set out a review needs to be undertaken. That's fine. We can deal with that and it will either go as it needs to go in. That 14 is going to be quite a big old chunk, isn't it? So that's fine. We can do it as part of that.
Yeah. No, that
Can I suggest a simpler solution? You just need a condition that says prior to commencement, a ecological impact assessment shall be submitted to and approved by the council. If no update to the existing documents is required, then that ecological assessment will say no update is required. It can be approved.
Okay.
If time has moved on, then and work is required, then that will be provided as part of that application.
We have to review.
Yeah, well, that is maybe a more streamlined way of doing that. Thank you, Mr. Litton. So I'll leave that with the parties to agree which is the best way forward. I'm just going to check to see if there was anything else, if you just bear with me. Right, the only other thing that I think that, and this is just a question that I'm going to pose to both of you. I'll ask the council first, and then Mr. Litton, I'll let you have the final sort of word on that. But if I was minded to approve the appeal, then I wouldn't be removing the site from the green belt as such. The green belt would still be washing over the site until such a time that the local plan process made a revision, if it decided to do that. And I'm just wondering, has there been any thought being given to the need for any further conditions relating to future householder development in terms of openness? Because obviously we're considering the appeal on the basis of the scheme before me, which is 200 units, and yes, it's an outline scheme, but has there been any consideration by either party as to the implications of further householder development within the site at a later date?
I mean,
I suppose we're not. It's. I suppose it's. My only thought that I could think of was whether we should be, appropriately rescind any permitted development rights. And I know that's not something that is a popular condition. It's not something that I would tend to not to avoid using that type, but just in this particular situation, with it being a green belt, a site within the green belt.
Are you asking?
I'll ask the council first, and then I'll ask you to, if you want to respond.
I mean, it would be class E, B, and A, but the harm to openness would already be there with the new dwellings themselves, and even a greenbelt wash. So I think in those terms, it would be difficult to. We'd still probably have to approve those developments. So I think it would just put the developments back into the planning system. And I know inspectors aren't very happy about removing permitted development rights, especially en masse on large developments. So I would say if it was an elite development, and my council sitting here, so might kick me in a minute. If it's an elite development in the green belt, I would say that probably yes, I would seek to remove PD rights, but not en masse on a 200 unit scheme. I would say that it'd be quite difficult. The openness is impacted by the new development itself. The range of other developments, I don't think would have that greater impact than the development itself, should it be approved.
Okay. Mr. Litton, is there anything that you want to say about that?
I would agree with that, Madam. There would have to be good justification to remove permitted development rights. I understand the point that you're making, that Greenbelt would wash across this. But if it was development other than permitted development, which required planning permission, of course, the council would then at that point have to consider whether or not that development which requires planning permission was inappropriate development, and if it was still within the green belt, whether there were very special circumstances.
Yeah.
It feels like you're not going to see this stuff anyway. So if someone wants to build a shed at the bottom of their garden, then that's not going to materially add to any impact on the green belt.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. So that concludes the conditions session. from my perspective, is there anything that either party wishes to draw to my attention?
No, thank you, Madam.
No, Madam, nothing to ask.
Mr. Atkinson?
No, Madam.
Right, so just before we wrap up for the night, you can just bear with me because I did have some housekeeping matters, which I'm just trying to find. Okay. Right, okay, sorry about that. So I've now received, you recall earlier on we were talking about the Appendix A, the second Appendix A that related to Mr. and Mrs. Mead's, who were an interested party, their representation. I can confirm that I've now got a copy. I have got a copy of that now. So thank you for that. And if they are, well, for their benefit, as I'd said earlier, all of the representations are read and reread again. So I will pick that up, and obviously having read their main representation that had extracts of the documentation that was missing, I've got the essence of what they had to say in any event. So I've got the full suite now. I just want to make sure that the local authority are absolutely 110% certain that I have every representation that is being made in full totality, and also that the appellant has them as well, because obviously we are working on the basis of what is provided to us, and even if something appears to be missing, it can have been the manner in which the representation was made rather than it being an administrative error. So oversight. So I just want to make absolutely certain there aren't any others that I've picked up, and obviously the Mr. Litton's team haven't picked anything up, but I just want to make.
Yes, certainly, Mum. Yeah, no, I'm not aware of any others. I think what happened with that one, we listed one item, the second part of Appendix A, twice, so it's down as 46C and 46D in 9.8 of your Dropbox. So CD 9.8, 46C and 46D are the same, whereas one should have been what we've now called 46E, which is ID 10, I think you were going to call it.
Right. So I have got that. I have got that now.
We have been through all our systems, and there's nothing more you should have had from any representations.
Okay, thank you. So just moving back to that representation then, Mr. Litton, is your client and your team had an opportunity to think about how quickly you can respond to?
Yes, Madam. As I say, I'm not going to ask Ms. Symes to do it over the weekend. What we will do is we will provide you with a written response to that by the beginning of business, as it were, on Wednesday, i.e. before the closing submissions. So that will give us just Monday and Tuesday to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. So looking ahead to next week, at the moment, I think given the discussion that we've had today, I don't have any sort of further questions for that reserve session in terms of your the rest of your team, Mr. Litton, and at the moment. So, but what I'd probably like to do is just, in case anything arises over the week and pops up into my mind over the weekend, if it's acceptable to you, I'd sort of like to just reconfirm that on Monday morning, and at least then that means that you can, those people, they'll know on Monday morning that they could start, that they're able to sort of stand down, if that's acceptable to you.
That's absolutely fine, madam. Yes, so they are on standby. If you're able on Monday morning to say one or all of them doesn't need to be available, then that'd be great. But we understand that, you know, if necessary, they are available. Yes, okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. So I extend my thanks to them, and I'll let you know at the earliest possible time on Monday. Now we have an agenda which has been circulated for the housing discussion, and I'm not proposing any changes to that. I know that we've got the Eastgate decision now, but I think that discussion probably fits somewhere within the agenda if any discussion is required. Are there any changes to that agenda that anybody thinks are necessary? So just council first of all.
No changes, madam.
I think it's quite broad the way that it's phrased. Mr. Litton, anybody from your side? Yeah, no, we're content to leave it as it is. I mean, I don't anticipate that session is going to take very long because there is an agreed range. I suspect the only issue that might arise is to what extent does the Eastgate Town Centre decision change any of that? Yeah, I think so. Has sort of gone somewhere in the middle of that range already. So I say I don't anticipate that session taking very long. Mm-hmm. Okay then. Because of where we are in the programme, I know we've extended today a little bit more than what we had expected, but we've made good progress and we've managed to keep to where I was hoping to get to by today, which is appreciated. So I'm not foreseeing that we will need to sit on Tuesday unless there's some other bold, I can't think of anything that could happen to derail Monday other than ill health. So at the moment I'm not proposing that we will need to sit on Tuesday, and that obviously will give both the advocates an opportunity to work on their your closings, and I propose that we run day 7, which is Wednesday the 5th of October, as planned on the programme, with the addition, obviously you'll be submitted that response to Mr. and Mrs. Mead's study that morning. But apart from that, I don't see any change to the agenda at all there, and therefore I'm still anticipating that we'll be closing by lunchtime on Wednesday, unless anybody wants to say any different to that. Okay, so well, without any further sort of delay then, is there anything that anybody needs to raise to me before we adjourn for the weekend? No, thank you, madam.
Nothing, thank you, madam.
Okay, and thank you for everybody for hanging in there with this session. The obligations and planning condition session can always be a little bit dry and a little bit you know, technical, but hopefully we've all sort of collaborated to be able to make it an effective session. So thank you very much for that. So it's now just coming up to 5:30. So I wish you all a good weekend, and we will be resuming on Monday morning at 9:30. So thank you very much. Good night.